And also, I just wanted you to note that we're going to have 2 panel discussions. So it's going to be a full day of conversation and engaging with one another. So as the day goes, please make sure that you note your questions down on the notebooks provided in front of you. You have a notebook and a pen. So if there's anything that you would like to add into the conversations of today, please note them down. And then when the time is right, we'll share all that information. So to help me with the formal welcomings of the day, it will be the MEC of Human Settlements. But before that, I actually had an interesting conversation with him earlier on in the morning. He said to me, well, it was a group of us, and he said, if you were born in the 90s, call me Ntate Moholo. So as I'm about to invite him on stage, I don't know whether to say, okay, Ntate Moholo, you may come, or should I use the honorable Ntate Moholo? So because I was not around in the 90s, I'm given permission to call him that. But please, Honorable MEC, can you please join me on stage? And I think today I'll change positions and sit this side. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director Mamuluko Kubai, the Executive Mayor, and Adem Kolisi Sionzani, the Honorable Mayors that are here, our consulate representatives of Bolivia. Thank you very much. Molweni nonke. All the ladies that were invited were tall. And then, so the DG was short, or the DG is short. And the HOD is shorter. So I know this modern thing. So I thought, I'll be there. But that's going to take it to back again. Spoiler everything. So yesterday, my night was spoiled by spoilers. So I'm going to be on their case today. I'll be watching them. Ndade. Wena noro ugatile mpahla. What does the body work up? Oda bale mme. Habatli mme ka ore no ke katile. So ulukile ka done that. To all of you, that was on a lighter note, to all of you, welcome again this morning. We really appreciate that you are here. And I just need to do a few things. The minister is quite busy today. We had to agree to share her time. And she was with us the whole evening yesterday. She will address us and then quickly be whisked away to go to another program. And if I don't do that, and that Deselo knows, or if I don't allow the minister to go, that Deselo knows what will be coming my way. So I don't want that. That's why I apologize on her behalf immediately that Leskela Bonagare, while addresser, Hasimoto Ajwalo, likes to address Adulele Lona, Arabe Diputo Talo. But she's going to help us ensure that what we are saying and we are agreeing here happens. I think those who listened to her yesterday, when she was speaking about the 40% set aside for women, at least the 40%, at least. It's not what about 20 hours, how to 40%, but Obama give 40%, they will reach 40%. I was making an example. She insisted that the 40%, the total 40%, in all respect, must be for women. Are looking 40% a. Let's say in the financial year, this year, the financial year, what will be the 40% set aside in terms of monetary value? Let's say re ke 100 million. We understand, I guess? Let's say the 40% set aside for this financial year for women is 100 million worth ya mosebetsi. Now, what the minister meant was that if, for instance, 40%, that 100 million is set aside for women, but what happens when the 70% of that amount of that 100 million ends up ile go bontate ile bona ba supplier ba etsa ntho tsena kaofela ke design ke eng ke bontate, so the 70% ya 100 million ke 70 million, so the 40% now ya that 100 million is only limited to 30 million because 70 million ya yona kaofela ile go bontate ka gore ke bona ba di building material, ba di supplier, and then one point where the consultants and everything tse leng bontate tse etsa mosebetsi ono. We understand hore ha ya mono jwalo ka minister na re le molao hore the 40% that must be set aside for women must in real and in earnest must be for women. So we would want to make sure that 100 million that is set aside for women actually from design, everything, construction, everything is for women. And that will be the real 40% set aside in the true sense of what the minister also insisted yesterday. So I need to call on stage the Honorable Minister, a very dynamic young woman, not as old as I am, but more dynamic. Well, she has been all over. She has done wonders. Yesterday, a story was told by one woman who said when the minister was in tourism, the minister saved her business by making sure that she got the 50,000 NAA during COVID, and that 50,000 ile ya meetsa hore a kgone ho etsa business ya hae a tshware and then survive the difficult period a bileng ho yona. And yesterday she went on to the minister and said, "Thank you for saving my business," and that helped me a lot. And that is the kind of leadership that we want. Leadership that will not even know or utusama, but will know that that is meant to help even the person that you don't know. And that is what we need to do as leaders. You know, the other day, Minister, when I was in this year, a friend of mine came into the office and I was saying, "Look, I want you to help me." I said, "Okay, it's fine." And he said, I want to get into tendering. It's fine. And he says, "So are you going to help me?" And I said, "Do what?" And no, I must get like any other thing. "What are you doing?" Because I knew the man was not even an entrepreneur business. "What are you doing?" About everything. So now I must sit there, guess or what I. So I said, "Go and think thoroughly what you want to do, and then follow the processes." Minister, Lhblc, outlile o ka tla o tlo re bua le rona. And as she is walking, ha ke mongale nna ke tsamaya hona le batho ba setse ba rebetse ka mane o itse ke tlhele ke lo buisana le bona that they bo etsa. So I'll be going there and attending to them. Ya leboha, Minister.
Thank you very much, MEC Dukwana. Good morning, everyone. Let me greet the MEC, greet our program director, Mayor of Mangaung Metro, Councillor Mxolisi Siyonzana. Nice you. Ndiyazi ndiyakolot. So ungatsho phambi kwabantu uthi ndiyakolot. Ndizawulungisa. Greetings to Consul General who's with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's quite a privilege and honor to be here talking about one of the areas that are very critical in the human settlement space, but also just in terms of where we are going as a country and globally. Looking at better ways of doing things and better ways of creating opportunities for small businesses, but better ways of creating jobs, but also building a sustainable sector. Many people would understand when we talk about technologies, it has to do with innovation. The country has been doing quite a lot of work, as you heard, that have been in various portfolios. Now, part of my passion, and when I was in science and technology as a minister, was also to try and see how do we commercialize what we are doing as innovative ways of our sectors. Now, part of the problem is that you'd find researchers, we have what we call Sachi chairs in the country that are done under the Department of Science and Innovation today, which over years have been done, where they go and research and find better ways of doing things. You'd find University of Johannesburg, for example, they've done a 3D printing. Prof. Marwala was actually at some point showcasing, I was not able to join them, showcasing a house that is being built with 3D printing. Now, those are part of the new ways of doing things that going forward would determine how the sector is developing, but is shaped. Now, I'm happy because with what MEC Dukwana and team and the Free State government has decided, because if we start this early to have these conversations, then we are protecting ourselves in terms of the future. Because this innovation and alternative technologies means that we can't continue to build houses in the manner that we were doing before. So for us to change, we've got to understand what we are dealing with. And also skill ourselves. So it starts with skilling. So a normal contractor that is used to building with brick and mortar will have to understand, if I'm to use alternative technologies, what is it that I'm going to do? For example, one of the alternative technologies that exist is concrete tunneling. When building with concrete tunneling is one of the things I've been looking into, especially responding to the social housing, because you are able to build quicker, I'm told, and less, so it's cheaper to build. So we're exploring that and looking at whether it is true, because when I was shared, we said to the team at NHBRC, as our institution that is responsible for this, to looking at the areas around promoting Ibts, is to say, is it very cost effective for us to utilize these alternative technologies? What is good, for example, that's why I'm making an example of concrete tunneling, is that if you are to build in a dense environment, for example, where there are already buildings that exist and you have this particular building that you want to demolish and bring up, but you have no space to build, to put a site like normally we do. So concrete tunneling allows you to assemble off-site and come and plug in on-site. Then it creates an enabling environment for us to provide solution in the urban areas. So, but not everybody will be able to do that. How do we equip ourselves to reach that potential, to be able to not be closed out and miss out? Because part of the problem with these technologies and many other ways of doing things in a new approach is that you find that you have the few that would benefit and the rest would not be able to adjust. Let's take in the space of energy. When the country started talking about renewable energies, in terms of your solar panels and wind, as part of generation of energy, majority of the people who were players in the energy space could not participate or majority of SMMEs and businesses in the country were not able to participate. That's why it led to majority having to partner with international bodies or international companies to bring in the product, but also on how to do it. So the reason I'm saying I'm excited about this, it's because it allows us to start readying ourselves. Because into the future, we're likely to find ourselves not being able to continue to build in the manner that we are building, with brick and mortar, for example. One of the things that we are starting to do research about as the department, and it will influence policy decisions going forward, is the response around disaster management program, where we have problems or just the disaster management program. Now, with the disasters today, and when we learn globally, we are able to see that majority of countries where they are prone to disasters, they change the format of their building so that they can save lives. So it's not your normal brick and mortar, so that if the house falls on people, people don't die. So you find alternative ways of building. Now, part of the issue for us, as I'm saying, we are exploring this because, as you know, you would have seen in the past few months that we've become prone to disasters and worst case of disasters. Now, it pushes us to start thinking about a different way of building. And that's why the conversations around IBTs is very critical. Now, but also, what are the benefits of IBTs? For us, when we look at it, IBTs in terms of, there are 4 categories where we look at them. In terms of the economic factors, in terms of the construction factors, environmental factors, and social factors. Now, on economic factors, it improves upfront costs, it improves market value, it improves profitability in the long term through life cycle, costing or cost-benefit analysis of the total building. So instead of having workers, for example, staying on site because it becomes quicker to build, you are able to have less in terms of your cost towards labor. But also, it allows you in terms of material management, because currently we would utilize a lot of things. If you look at the alternative, I'm not so sure if we were able to, if many of you can follow on the UJ website, for example, you'd see, even Facebook page, you'd see the building material that they're using with 3D. In terms of material, it will save you, but in terms of building, for example, they were able to build an RDP size in 3 days. So the turnaround time, so economies, you can be able to respond quicker in time and all that. Now, that's why coming to the construction, it improves the rate of construction and reduces labor costs that I said, ease of construction and lower maintenance. So it assists us to be able, it will assist us to be able to meet our targets on time. Because currently, part of the problem I'm sitting with as Minister of Human Settlements, I have so many unfinished projects across the country. 1.9 million units are unfinished in the country, which is likely to cost me almost around 300 billion. These are projects that are abandoned for one reason and the other. Others stemming from one, the contractor was not experienced, like what MEC Tugwana was saying, and underquoted and became the preferred bidder because it costed low. Then he gets into site, he realizes that, building a RDP, the margins are very low, by the way. Others, because of corruption, the minute you pay 20%, 10% to somebody, profit is not there. The margins are very low. The minute, as a contractor, you are not able to manage your material properly, profit is gone. So if your workers steal cement and everything, you will not be able to see profit. If you are not able to manage your labor and finish on time because they are going on sick, on strike or something, the margins are gone. Profit is not there. Now, that's why part of the improvements that we get excited about in terms of this, the Ibts, is all these benefits that come with it. When we look at environment, most of the Ibts improve energy efficiencies and actually assist us to reduce our carbon emission, but creates less wastage. We know when we have sites, after construction, how much dump we have to go and get rid of, which impacts negatively on the environment. Alternative technologies, because of the nature that they are, some of them are durable and are environmental friendly. For example, when we look here, you look at the amount of lights that we have. Alternative buildings and technologies would change the roofing in terms of how it is. During the day, you have direct sun, you don't have to light the houses. So that's what we do. And when we talk about alternative technology, what does it do? It's not only a benefit for us, those who are in construction, but to families, to the entire economy, and to the entire environment. Social factors, the architectural innovation. But I do know that in our society, especially in South Africa, there is still fear of alternative technology and less acceptance of it. So when you go and talk to people and say we can build a house like this, people are not easily accepting. That's part of the issue that we still have to still believe in brick and mortar in the country. Not only brick, even the issue of high-rise building, we still battle with them some of the areas. It's younger generation, those are young, just graduated and all that, that are a bit receptive even to high-rise building. In our society, in our country, we have created a notion are not for families. Apartments are not for families. And I'm not so sure how this came, but that's the notion in the country majority. Majority of us believe in standalone houses with a yard, a garden, maybe it's our historic issues. But if we look into many countries globally, actually that's not the case. Families live in apartments, it's easier, it's cheaper, it's affordable, but they are closer to where they're working. Because with land and all this brick and mortar, then you have to find a land which is outside inner cities. So we do believe that Ibts will help us to fast track in terms of our work on the social housing program in various urban areas specifically. But we believe that it could be able to help us in responding, for example, to our housing program or our human settlement program in rural areas. Currently, we're battling with a lot of mud houses across the country in terms of rural communities, where some of them, because of lack of transfer of knowledge between generations, you find that the understanding and the durability of those mud houses is different. Previously, those who had the indigenous knowledge of understanding how to build with a mud house, they will actually even ban the cement, not the cement man, what do we call the brick that is done by mud, so that it's durable. Currently, because that indigenous knowledge is not transferred to the other generation, they are not doing that. And that's why when floods come, it destroys the mud house. Others crack immediately. When the sun comes, it collapses. And that's why we're seeing quite a lot of this. The past 2 days, or the past 3 days, I was in Eastern Cape dealing with this in the OR Tambo district, where you find in quite a number of communities are homeless because the houses that they are building with mud is no longer in terms of how previously it was done is damaged, and that's why we're teaching them how to do this. We converting, not teaching them how to build mud houses, but we're moving into what will be later coining people, bringing back the People's Housing Program into the communities. And that I'll talk to, I know it's not the platform for that, and it's something that will come and engage you with as sectors and as contractors, because we believe that some of the areas where we are doing work, we are going to have to bring back communities in participating in building their own houses and taking responsibility so that there is ownership but also protection of the assets. Because we do believe that the current model does not provide for people to take ownership, and therefore there is no value on the assets in their hands or understanding of the value of the assets that they have. Now, From our side, why do we think that IBTs are relevant? We believe as Women Settlements Department that they will help us to tackle the housing backlog, especially in formal and informal settlements, where we have a lot of informal settlements. They are growing each year. Currently, we are counting almost 3,600 informal settlements across the country, or formal and informal settlements. This formal, it's the ones that have been formalized, but they are still in shacks, no formal housing that we have. But also, we do think that it will assist majority of South Africans to have access to affordable housing. This in terms of our BNG, which is RDP program, but also in terms of our social housing program. But it creates opportunities for entrepreneurs. Because if you are able to break the ceiling and also enter into this market and build with alternative technology, you would be able to become a trendsetter, and you could. And I'm hoping that as you come here learning, one of the things you'll start involving yourself is to understand how do you convert your businesses into alternative technology so that you can benefit into the future. But it will assist, the IBTs will assist us in overcoming the legacy of apartheid, divided cities, the special planning of apartheid, where you found majority of the black people away from the cities and those who have are closer. With the IBTs, as I made an example, that you are able within an inner city, let's say, where there are building of governments, you're working, but there's a building that you can utilize for apartments. You are able to bring it down and convert it into, and it's easier without you disrupting the entire neighborhood with alternative technologies. We'll be able to build sustainable communities where the building of houses goes hand in hand with construction of community facilities such as schools, hospitals, recreational centers, and economic development. And then it will help us as well to improve the quality of homes. So all this we are looking at, and one of the areas that we are looking at from our side is through NHBRC, which is our institution that is leading in this area. They have already started and developed, I hope many of you will go and look at the framework of the IBT that NHBRC has developed. Look at it and understand what are the opportunities, how we can be able to. Majority of us get left behind because we become the last to participate in sectors. Because when we start moving and start pushing, we would find that many of the previously advantaged communities will be the first one to benefit because they research, they understand, and they take risks as well. So my encouragement today, as we look at this, I would not go, just go into the website of the department, look at what we are doing with the IBTs, but also there are opportunities for you as entrepreneurs to be able to look at those who have been doing and merge and partner so that you can be able to learn out of that process and take over later. But part of the issue is that for some of us do believe that the future of construction in the country is going to change because if we look, technology is disruptive by nature. So if you do not adapt, it pushes you to adapt. We've seen with what COVID-19 has done. Many of us who were scared of computers were forced to move into computers because meetings were held online. So technology forced us to adapt. We started knowing how to video call. We started knowing how to hold virtual meetings. None of us pre-COVID even thought about virtual meetings. We always converged like this. We converged in boardrooms. Today, we have virtual meetings. Meeting on platforms, you are able to participate in a conference and you become a speaker at a conference that is happening somewhere. You don't have to travel to be there, but you are able to input. Many of the people did not know this, could not participate in this. Technology forced them. Those of us who are in government were forced to. Whether you are old or young, it was a battle of muting and a battle of raising hands. But eventually, adjustment. Today, if we look back, many people know how to raise their hands. Many didn't. When they got into virtual, people who just unmute, they say mute, you say, where should I mute? As basic as that. But when you look back, when we started the first month, it was a hurdle. But when we look back today, almost majority, those of us who participate in communities, have stakeholder engagement, you've been able to meet, you find people, but even communities, no, if you can't come, Minister, let's do a Zoom meeting. It's communities that tell you. You say, no, I'll be in Free State this day. No, Minister, if you can just have 30 minutes, we'll do a Zoom meeting. Communities. And that's what I'm trying to explain. We did not choose to move into that space. We were forced by the environment and circumstance to be there. Now, what it means for us in the construction sector, in this sector, as human settlements and people who are in the property development space, is that if we do not adapt, the environment is either going to leave us behind, we are going to be left behind, or it's going to force us to adapt. So it's adapt or die for businesses. Now, that's why I congratulate the Free State government for hosting this session. And I hope you find it valuable and participate meaningfully, but not only make it one of those summits that you come together, you go home and continue with the normal things. Because sometimes the weakness is not that we don't have information. Government runs the sessions. Government runs these platforms. Then we go back home. We continue with the old things. Then later, 5 years down the line, you complain. Government is not taking us serious. It's not involving us. There are people who are benefiting. But you were brought in early and provided with information so that you can ready yourself, so that you can participate. Because we can't hold your hand and give you this. Our responsibility as government is to give you information, to create a conducive environment, and create policy. And as people who are in the sector participating, you've got to be able to be the people who then take the initiative and adjust your businesses and say, we are going to try this. What are the opportunities of training? Who can do the training? As I'm saying, there's quite a lot of online even training. There's online information, platforms that you can see, the alternative technologies. Do your research, quite a number of them that they can show you. This is what you can do. Do and actually see how best you can adapt. Because while we are building today, the future will be different. Fourth Industrial Revolution is here, and it's disruptive. As we are saying, many things are going to cost us to adjust. So my appeal to you is utilizing this as part of the areas that you can be able to learn, but also not only learn, but go and implement some of these things. I would want to come tomorrow and be shown a building in Free State that out of that conference and the summit that we had, we have the following buildings that we have done in alternative technology that are actually sustainable, they've been cost effective, and actually they've made our business boom. You should be the leaders in the country that you go and start showing others how it's done, because none of the provinces have held a summit that deals with alternative technology in building. So we are expecting you to be the champions, we're expecting you to lead and also showcase to others how it can be done, and so that we can bring people to come and learn from you. We don't have to go abroad to go and learn. You have started the journey, and to finish it is for you to bring us here to come and see the practical examples of what you have been able to implement out of this summit. With that, I would like to wish you all the best with the remaining day of the summit, and looking forward to the productive action plan, but also basically coming back hopefully next year. Somebody says, Minister, come and cut a ribbon. We've done an alternative building that you can come and showcase as Free State being leading and out of the benefit of having that summit. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that insightful address. And I'd also want to commend you on the wonderful work you continue to do within your department. So I just wanted to know from our contractors and developers, I think the minister has given you guys a humongous task to say, if you guys initiated this, now you need to pioneer it. Are you ready to take up the challenge? Because now it's been put to the table. Okay, I just want to invite the individuals that will be forming part of the first panel. Please join me on stage. These would be a representative from Agrima, NHBRC, Cidb, as well as IRA. Can those individuals please join me on stage? And as they are making their way to the stage, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the board of the Housing Development Agency. Although they will not be able to present for us today, they still graced us with their presence. So we acknowledge your presence. Thank you for coming. And while they're still making their way, because we have one gentleman so far, I just wanted to also remind you, ladies and gentlemen, that we are still live on the FS Online Facebook page. So if you would share that link once again, on your social media platforms, and also to please use the hashtag IBT Summit Free State. That's hashtag IBT Summit Free State, so that whoever was not able to make it, but they're watching us online, they're able to follow as to what's happening today. Do we have everyone? Okay, so I just wanted to check. Okay? 10:25, okay. It's 10:25, and according to my program here, we are allocated for this segment an hour and 30 minutes. So please use the hour and 30 minutes wisely. I was thinking that maybe the 30 minutes we could use it then for the panel discussions. So the hour, you will have to divide it amongst yourselves. So is 10 minutes doable for your presentations? Okay, you will each have 10 minutes to do your presentations. So please, let's be mindful of each other's times, because if you take 15 minutes, it trickles into someone else, it eats into someone else's time. So thank you very much. The first speaker that I would like to welcome is Mr. Anga Tintelo from Agrima SA. Welcome.
Molweni, sanibonani, dumelang. Good morning, Khoyamora. Minister, MECs, I greet you all. Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. My name is Anga Tindelo. I'm a technical assessor at Agrima South Africa. Agrima South Africa is in Pretoria. We are situated at the CSIR campus. Agrima South Africa was established in 1969 as an agency and operating within the CSIR under the auspices of its building environment. Thank you, sir. In December 2015, Agrima was established as an independent agency by the former minister, Thulas Nxesi. Agrima is a Schedule 3A body empowered by Act number 15 of 2015. Okay, sorry. We are affiliated with the global network, WAFTAO, World Federation of Technical Assessment Organizations. The WAFTAO members, you will find them in ourselves in Africa, South America, Europe, as you can see over them. What are IBTs? Innovative technology is a generic term used to describe the use of alternative building systems, products, materials preferable in the factory or in a manufacturing firm. At Agrima South Africa, we advise the manufacturers to get certified. We also have an opportunity for those that cannot manufacture to be licensees to the manufacturers. That opens up the market. IBTs can be classified according to mass, which is lightweight or heavyweight. The IBTs that are used have the following benefits. Like the minister have already advised us. They reduce construction time, project costs, enhance performance, and most importantly, improved environment performance. Most of our IBTs that they've been submitted to us, we found that they are used mostly in USA, Canada, Europe. So hence we are always advised the people in South Africa to certify with us so that it can be easily implemented by all the institutions of the department. According to, if you go check with NHBRC, they will always advise that are you Agrima certified before your brick or your product is implemented. Presently, we have over 80 active certified building systems under Agrima South Africa. And the performance of Agrima systems benchmarked against the standard brick house. These certificates would come with a maintenance plan so that once it's built.
There are people that say they can't hear you. Okay. I switched it on.
Thank you. Okay. These certificates will come with a maintenance plan, which is quite a requirement for a certificate to be certified, so that once it is used by end user, and end user is able to maintain and also for installation purposes, for licenses. Regular maintenance is crucial and often requires more often than your conventional systems. How do these IBTs perform that we've certified so far? One of the requirements of Agrima is provision of maintenance manual by the certificate holder. Given regular maintenance, the durability of an IBT can be fairly comparable to conventional building technology, because when we certify the certificate, we compare them to the national standard, which is SABS. The reason why we are doing these certificates, we certify non-standardized products and innovative. Like the minister said yesterday, MEC yesterday said, for crazy people. We invite those crazy people to our campus. The value proposition of IBTs, developers can reduce the construction time by 40% globally and 50% in South Africa, depending on type and location. This has the effect of reducing associated building costs, in some cases, by 13%. IBT buildings typically require less than half of the electricity of equivalent size brick-based buildings to either heat or cool thermal comfort levels. The Agrima certificate are technical documents that give the uses for which the product or system has been assessed to be fit. Because at Agrima, we test for fit for purpose. So hence, we do regular checks even after we have certified the project. Where are you doing your project? Is it really operating? Is it really beneficial to the end user? The role of certification. The objective is to provide reassurance for fitness for purpose of construction products, systems, materials, which are not covered by science standards or codes of practice. So we give each and everyone who has an idea an opportunity. It will be tested against. Should it fail, we have to make adjustments or redevelop your product or system to ensure that we open the market and the landscape in our market. Some of the tests, the agreement certificate facilitate acceptance and or approval by designers and specifiers, regulatory authorities, government and community support organizations, and financial institutions. Performance concept, the required performance of an innovative technology is defined without identifying how the performance is to be achieved. The certification process, when you apply with us, you submit your application, and then we review, we prepare a research review just to check if what kind of systems or products that are utilized, so that we find that is it non-standardized or is it already something that is out there in the market. Hence, after that, we go to the next stage of evaluation. We have to prepare an assessment program whereby we're going to identify the experts that can test your product, and then we prepare reports so that we submit to the board of Agrima. Agrima, we report directly to the minister. Hence, we have to make sure that whatever we put out there is of standard. We don't compromise on quality. Product categories that we have certified so far is the bridge deck joints, building systems, dam-proofing, insulation, road products, roofing products, sanitation systems, software, traffic monitoring systems, etc. The scope of evaluation. The scope of evaluation consists, but not limited to, these following: the behavior in relation to fire, structural strength and stability, thermal, among others. These are just typical tests that we do test for. That's the water penetration on the first picture there. And then the second one is of body impact test, which checks the structural stability of your system or product. And then we check the panel compression. We conduct the large-scale fire test, and a large-scale fire test will be, can your building last for 120 minutes? In summary, Agrima encourages the use of IBTs. Agrima assessments are based on the performance concept for fit for purpose. Agrima South Africa is directory and of certificates is widely distributed to building professionals, local authorities, and others. Copies of all certificate extracts are readily available through the Agrima website. This is whereby we will find on our website the certificate holders that have been certified so far. And you will be able to speak to them directly if you want to conduct. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anga Tindelo. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think we're off to a great start. You really kept to the time, and that puts more pressure on our next speaker, right? If somebody's shorter than their time does not mean you're allocated more time from their time, right? Yes, and I'm even thinking, since your company is going to be having 2 speakers, it's 5 minutes each, because overall we have 10 minutes. Our next speaker is from NHBRC, which also reminds me that yesterday, one of your colleagues, she hounded me because she wanted to make sure that all the guests here were able to attend to their stalls and, fill in a couple of forms. Was she able to get all of that? Peggy? I trust that she does. She's very dedicated to her work. So, yes, I would like to welcome you, Mr. Lhblc, to the stage to present your case. Thank you.
so we got the memo, blue and blue. You look good this morning. Thank you very much, Minister, MEC, as well as the Executive Mayor and other political principals in here, colleagues from Human Settlements and Built Environment. I'm Lhblc. I'm from the NHBRC. In my natural capacity, I'm actually the acting provincial manager for Free State and Northern Cape. But I'm here as the national coordinator leading the focus group on business alignment and integrating of IBT systems in the general NHBRC services. So my presentation will focus primarily on the role of NHBRC, predominantly trying to highlight the NHBRC readiness matrix in terms of how we absorbing these new technologies and are we having a capacity to handle it in terms of our regulatory mandate, enrollment, inspections, providing technical assistance, advisory support to the department, mobilization of the stakeholders in terms of site induction, and as well as the protection of housing consumers. I've got 10 minutes, and when we heard that it was a summit, we prepared 72 slides, so I'll make the most out of it. Okay, I'm sorry. I think the next slide should speak to the housing demand according to the, okay, let me start with the NHBRC readiness matrix in terms of how are we reviewing our policy position as the NHBRC to accommodate this IBT in our business, operation, the whole strategic intent of the NHBRC so that the investors, policymakers can be at comfort that we don't have a regulator like NHBRC chasing its tail when it's supposed to be regulating the building industry and we are behind the industry and we have to catch up with the advent and development. So we are ready as the NHBRC in terms of policy framework, in terms of capacitation of our inspectors. We have entered into an agreement with SACAP CMP relating to the accreditation of our inspectors to be competent professional registered inspectors, to be able to sign off all the RDP related construction work. We have acquired new technological inspection gadgets that will assist our inspectors to be efficient in enforcement of quality assurance related issues pertaining to the inspection model, how we manage our IBT so that we can share the information with ease and seamlessly between us and key stakeholders like human settlements and municipalities whenever they're looking for inspection reports. We have also acquired the services of University of Johannesburg to remodel our inspection model on how to be responsive and appealing to the IBT environment as a new advent into the building industry. So the message is very clear that should MEC wants to take a certain percentage of the housing allocations in the Free State and dedicate it to IBT, housing instruments. We are ready as the NHBRC to hit the ground running and provide risk management in all its elements for the Department of Human Settlements. So if you look at that demand there, the age of people who are eligibly qualified as tenants or homeowners around that cycle, if all of them should be allocated housing today, the housing backlog is currently sitting there at 2.4 million households and is still growing. And should be a massification and rollout of these IBT housing instruments. The NHBRC provincially, we are ready not only in terms of regulating the building industry, but other side benefits like development of contractor, emerging contractor, skills transfer, empowerment of, the framework of STEP, where we look at the vulnerable categories, people living with disabilities, women, youth contractor, and we have started that program for Free State with the Department of Human Settlement. And I see my colleague Karen is here, and Cidb. So we are on the roll. That requires a hand clap. Okay, we'll skip this one. The Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, Section 26, subsection 1, states that everyone has the right to have an access to adequate housing. And Section 26.2, subsequent to that, also provides that the state must take reasonable legislative and other measures within available resources to achieve progressive realization of that right. Our role as the NHBRC is to make sure that those houses are habitable and they are of acceptable minimum quality standards. Another misconception, when people are applying for the home enrollment application with the NHBRC, they think we are approaching it from one dimension, in a sense that we are only looking at the technical requirements. But over and above that, if you look at the provisions of the ambits of the minimum criteria for adequate housing by the United Nations, as was published and gazetted in 2015, there are other issues that we focus on as the NHBRC. So as a service provider, some of them are here, and we have a good relationship with them. I saw Lhblc Zulu from Chitirizang and other service providers that we are working with closely here. We are not only looking per se at structural performance in terms of technical requirements, but there are also issues of habitability. Even if the design and the specification of that particular housing unit is adequate enough, but is it habitable? Does it meet the United Nations requirement? The house that is less than 40 square meters, according to the legislative parameters of South Africa, is clearly not habitable. So your house can meet all the technical requirements, but if you are building a house that is 28 square meters, 35, in terms of space optimization and other benefits where we are looking for compliance to health and safety issues, you might fail, but not necessarily that your application of the system itself has got a fault necessarily. So that is a housing code that governs all of us in terms of how we interact with one another for sustainable human settlements, in terms of who is who in the zoo, what are the NHBRC, municipality, and NHBRC inspectorate are doing compared to human settlements and the municipality. Ours is to ensure that all the technical requirements of that housing product is complied to, because we are providing a warranty cover for 5 years on that particular structure for the homeowner. So the ultimate beneficiary is the housing consumer. So when the contractor is done and they've left on site, the NHBRC is left with the responsibility to ensure that if there were latent and patent defects on that house, we need to ensure that anything that we experience in terms of possible structural failure or other unstructural or cosmetics issues as defects, we need to respond and obviously assist the department in this case, if it's the subsidy project, to rectify those defects through our NHBRC warranty fund. Okay, this is just our mandate to regulate the building industry, and we are doing it through application of South African National Standards 10400, and that book, we can obtain it from our offices, I think for, I'm not sure, less than 3,000 rand. But if you look at the complete SANS book, that is generic, that includes all other codes and standards, it's very much expensive. So what NHBRC has attempted to do was to customize SANS 10400 only to speak to issues that are relating to housing development. So you can obtain SANS 10400 from our offices. You can also download on our website a modified, simplified SANS 10400, which has been modified for people who are into development of what we call uncomplex structures. If you are building a panel to panel, gable end to gable end wall, RDP house 50, 60 square meters, simplified structure, then you can use that home building manual. Is even modified further, to help our people that are not so technically inclined, but simplified for their own understanding and application for compliance on site. How am I doing inside? Okay, that's a lot. National building regulations, that's what informs the quality assurance enforcement by the NSBRC. So all these documents, as you can see, are not necessarily developed by NSBRC. We are just custodian and agency under human settlements that we've been entrusted to enforce all these legislative requirements in terms of confirmation and adherence to quality assurance standards. So today you see contractors, my presentation is so modified and we come in peace. No non-compliances and we're not fighting. I see there's a lot of contractors in here. So the minister is here and during questions and answers session, I hope everything will be moderated. That was supposed to be a joke. Thank you. Okay, I'm over time, but seeing that people are interested in this presentation, I'm going to request for 5 additional grace, just because there's a demand. Okay, normally if your house is not under category of what you call Sunstand 400 or deemed to satisfy rules, rational design, it will be from Agrama. And my colleague from Agrama SA has illustrated already what is the function of Agrama. But that is where they stop. Agrama SA, they are only responsible for assessment and review of the IBT products, and that's where they stop. Whatever happens out there, in terms of quality assurance, it is the responsibility of the NSBRC. So they've made it very clear, if you apply to them and you meet all the, you satisfy the requirements of their criterion, they issue you with an Agrama certificate as a license holder or a licensee, and that's where they stop, and they hand you over to us. So you become our life partner. So everything that happens, you don't go back to Agrama. We must advise them in terms of what are the possible system failures through our research and development. So those are practical solutions in the subsidy and non-subsidy sector, but I think my colleagues have alluded also to the benefit of IBT. We're not going to go through them. I think when I'm struggling with this gadget, it's the right time to clap your hands. Okay, now there we go. So these are the 7 categories of how we classify IBT systems at the NHBRC. The most commonly used right now is D, category D, which we refer to as a hybrid building system, which is a combination of conventional method and IBT. In an instances where we find maybe the main scenario, superstructure, it's your innovative system, but your foundation and your roof is still your traditional conventional method. So we call them hybrid system because those are the most problematic one in terms of how you make the traditional model to be compatible to the IBT system. So there's about 7 of them. In each and every one of them have a customized what we call BQIH, Building Index Quality for Homes, which is our inspection sheet. And for double storages, for RDP houses, for complex structures and so forth. But all of them, they are categorized into those 7 categories. Again, I'm struggling, you know what to do. Okay, these are the perception. Maybe I will stop on this slide. I won't go through 72 of them. The perception, the minister actually addressed this issue at a very political level. So I just wanted to support her as the NHBRC to show the minister what we are doing in terms of perception and acceptance of the IBT. Our marketing and research and development, they are busy preparing a study report for the Department of Human Settlements as to how we can come up with strategies to penetrate the market and to make IBTs more examples, more acceptable. And so these are critical issues that we're looking at. We determine the acceptance level from the stakeholders, what are the resistance from the stakeholders, because sometimes financial institutions might be skeptical to fund some of the projects that are IBT driven. It's our responsibility as the NHBRC. We've taken that initiative to go and workshop these financial institutions and give them a correct information so that they are not biased against the funding of this system. And we assess consumer awareness in general in terms of the residential houses that we have built. In the Free State, we have 3 research houses that we have done in conjunction with Chichiriza. And then we try the market and see how the community will accept that. We identify and unearth potential cultural behavior, those perceptions that I cannot move from Mukukwaka and you give me Motampelo, I want a house that is built out of brick and mortar. So we need to demystify those distorted understanding about what IBTs are all about. And then after we'll deliver a scientific report with findings and recommendations to the department as to how we can infuse IBT. So there's just the questionnaires that we did during the trial run of this initiative on how people feel about the co-option of IBT into housing allocations. And you can see from focus group to broad samples that people are still skeptical, and we still have got a long way to make people to appreciate these IBT systems. Need I remind you? I think there's a whole lot, and Eric Mulobi is assisting us with research and development, but my time is up, and thank you very much for your attention. If you need more information, you can come visit our offices. We are in Bethlehem and Bloemfontein, and you can also visit our website, or you can contact us on our toll-free number as NHBRC 0800 200 824. I think option 2 is Free State, and option 4 is the Northern Cape. Thank you very much for your attention.
Yeah, if rules are meant to be broken was a person, it would definitely be Mr. Lhblc. Thank you so much. For those that are still maybe interested in seeing all 72 slides, is there an option that they could get it? You prefer only by presentation? Was that all? Mr. Lhblc? It was 4 to go. Apologies there. All right, so we're going to move along into our program, but I'm going to make just one minor adjustment. Instead of our next speaker coming, I'm just going to skip her, but we'll get back to her. So I'm going to ask Ndate Samuel Lekalakala from Innovative Economy Revitalization Agency to join me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Me. Thank you, Program Director. I have to recognize our Honorable Minister, Me Moloko Kubai, our Executive Mayor of Mangaung, and MEC, Bomajoro Kaufela Valentine, and all distinguished guests, our Honorable Consulate, ladies and gentlemen, Seli Hlompuwe Kaufela. My name is Samuel Lekalakala from AIRA, which is Innovative Economy Revitalization Agency. Now, what do? We regard ourselves as experts in project management space. We have been into this space for almost 2 decades. And we have been into, public sector, government departments that have your project management office, your municipalities, you will see, the traces of us there. When we move to public sector, we move to private sector, because public sector was not really a conducive environment to really, implement project management. And then from there, I move into consulting up until we establish this agency. We are not only running project management, we also ensure that, your strategic objectives are achieved through project management. And then what we have realized throughout the years, we have also realized that we also have to inculcate the part of mindset change, and which we call mind training. Because if you just run project management without really changing the mindset, you are bound to, fail, so to speak. So as you see there, our mission statement, currently we all know that, we are all affected by COVID. COVID-19 has affected both global and local economy. You can just imagine what happened into your townships and the rural area where now there is poverty. So that's the problem that we are faced with. And then you can see the solution statement there. We run in this, enterprise project management. We are not only training, we also establish the project management office and establish what we call a neuro gym. Most of you only know the gym. You'll see some other guys who've got muscles like me. They only exercise outside. So in this neuro gym, we run a brainathon, which is sort of like your inner size, just to change the mindset in that, formal way. Now, let's zoom into your contractors, into the construction space. We have just picked up one big 5 construction challenges here in Free State. Currently, we have about 90,000 Cidb registered contractors who are stuck at grade 1 and 2. What does that mean? That means these are contractors, business people, who don't have businesses and their hope of really getting business anytime sooner. It's like they're hoping on a hopeless hope. And that is bad. That's why you see it's red there. And we have picked up that most of the contractors, they are lacking in construction project management expertise. There is big companies that easily take up government, municipality tenders because they've got money, they've got capabilities, they've got, And again, as if that was not enough, we've got COVID. It came and crippled. Most of the businesses are literally closing doors. And sometimes when we audit all these contractors in all the province, we realize that most of them, there is a lot of non-compliance. NSBRC was here, not only with NSBRC, but non-compliance with, your supply chain requirements. So how can those people really get the contracts? So we got into a municipality, we trained these contractors, we asked the municipality to give us the contractors that are registered within the database of the municipality. Bring these people, and then for 5 days we put them into a class for 5 days, and also additionally we give them a practical experience, and then afterwards they get qualifications, and then we set up what we call that EPMO, which is your Enterprise Project Management Office. And in some other instances, we set up your neuro gym, which is also changing the mindset, because taking the contractors as they are now, looking at the status quo, and then you just get them into your Ibts, it's like taking a taxi driver and put them into a Ferrari. You really have to change this person, honestly. So we really need to get our contractors now to really, perform at their best at the current, they are not really doing well at the current brick and mortar, old school kind of thing. So you need to really manage that transformation from the status quo to the next. And, the other thing that we do, we form partnership. We wanted to form a partnership with your Cidb and DBSA, specifically because DBSA, for funding purposes, they say they are a development bank. And Cidb, if you look at that D in red, They say they are a development board. And we actually have been knocking at their door for so many times, knocking, kicking, and screaming, say, guys, let's come up with a development interface. How can we develop the contractors? Because this is the situation. So now we are forming partnerships with the local business forums, your contractors companies, and not only at that level, we also have what we call P capabilities, so that we form partnerships with the government. The government, it can only create enabling environment. And then we actually come with implementable programs. We have some kind of partnership with your funding institution, which is your funding agency, like your NEF. Okay. We are not really, this thing, IT is not responding now. Okay, sorry. Yeah, form a partnership with your NEF so that when we train, let's say for an example, we go to a specific municipality, we train about 100 contractors, and then they will be able to have a business plan, and then they get access to the funding. So we want, thank you, we have actually noticed that there is challenges, 5 C's, which is, your challenges for your contractors, which is capital, competencies, there is a serious competition, and there is also corruption. Minister spoke about it. So we need to find innovative way how we can assist them to really overcome those challenges. Why? Because we want them to move from level 1 to level 2 to level 3, and so that they can be able to become major contractors, so to speak. So that is the goal of us for really running this capacity building. So the last part, sorry, can you assist me just to go to the last slides, because I see this thing, as I move, it actually responds. Thank you very much. So just before this workshop, we scheduled a meeting with your Department of Economic Development and Small Businesses. And they requested that, no, let's meet almost at the end of September. And then when coming to this IBT, we came a day earlier. And then we went to the Department of Economic Development for that meeting. At least they did honor the meeting, and then we have an engagement with them. We were supposed to have a meeting with the MEC, but due to protocol, they said first we need to meet with the Chief Director of Economic Development, and then we had that meeting with them, that engagement. So now they are saying, from this workshop, we need to draft sort of like a report in the form of a business case as to how are we going to roll out this training. And then we submit to them, and then it's escalated to the MEC of Economic Development, where now the MEC of Economic Development and Housing, they will have talk at those levels. So a way forward from here, this is what we propose, because we don't want this summit to be just one of those talk shows. Now, we will encourage the municipalities, because remember we said we've got about 90,000 contractors that are stacked at the lower level. So we want to request the municipalities to arrange a minimum of about 100 contractors from their database. And then we have your LEDs that are going to, assist in terms of, because LED literally means local economic development. So what is the LED unit doing in terms of developing these contractors so that they can be able to assist and provide the training venue? Remember, the municipality have the venues, and then we come and conduct this training. And as I mentioned, the Department of Economic Development, they said we draft up a program, a business case, so to speak, submit to them, and they see how best they can actually assist because that's their space as well in terms of funding this training. And in our training, we invite the municipalities, your supply chain management official, to actually come and join the training and say to the contractors, these are the contracts that we have within the municipality, and these are the requirements. And during the training, we audit all these contractors. We look at them, where are the issues, where are the challenges, how they can be able to participate in these contracts. And then we look at that gap analysis, we close those gaps. And then after some time, our contractors will be able to participate in them. So for the last part, I will close it here. I'll just give my partner, and then she will look at the financial part of it, Mayor Eunice.
Thank you, Ibts. And good morning to everybody. I'm riding on his observation of protocol. Observed. Time issues. Good morning. My name is Eunice Sibia. I am an independent financial educator. The name of my company outside of IRA, Sibia Coaching. I talk finances. I talk for life. I was born talking. For the purpose of the conversation today, I would like to talk about finances, the financial aspect of the business. But before we speak about the financial aspect of the business, who owns the business? Whose baby is the business? Thank you, ma'am. It's you. So shall we start with you, the owner, not ma'am? No. Can we start with you, the owner, the birther of this business that we're talking about? I get it's your brainchild. Let's focus on the financial aspect of it. Why do we need to talk about finances? Why? Is there a need? Or is there? Thank you. But why? It's yours. You make it, you deal with it as you please, isn't it? Or do we need some guidelines? I like that. So when we need to talk about finances, then we need what we call financial literacy or financial education. Not that there's anything wrong with you, but just for us to, remind each other, can we continue? The off-ramp is right at the front. Now, you as the individual, what is your background? Who are you? Not by name. My name is Eunice, but who is behind the name of Eunice? What are the shenanigans that I do, particularly kachelet? So growing up, what was happening in my household? Not the house next door, not the environment. At my home, what was my dad and my mom's principle around finances? What did I grow up seeing around finances? Did I ever hear them talking about money? Or was it that topic behind the scenes? All you saw, there was bread in the house, or sometimes there was none. Mommy and daddy will make a plan. When you're a child, a plan is made, happiness. You are a grown person today. What are you remembering happening at home around finances? If there was poverty, what has registered here at the back of your mind? Are you still poor? No. But there are lessons and habits that are entrenched here. You are not aware. They will come out in your actions and your engagement with money, but they are so subtle, you're not even recognizing. I'll make an incident. I was at a training at one of the call center agents, and the audience were first-time employees, 20, 25-year-olds, boys and girls, beautiful children. They're earning an income. I'm like, like, okay, what was happening at home growing up around finances? Some would say, I never heard my parents talk about money. The other one says, I remember there were envelopes at home. There was just a shuffling, some mshiga-shiganyana of envelopes, and I don't know what was happening with the envelopes. It was her parents doing some budgeting of some sort. There was an envelope ya school fees, envelope ya this, an envelope ya that, an envelope ya that. She knows the envelopes, but she doesn't know the science behind the envelopes. So the one says, no, my dad, ka payday. He would AWOL ka Friday and come back on Monday. And when he comes back, like even the gate gets opened like this. My mom mustn't ask him, Vavas J. Hi, your child is gone. That's why entrance ili fire so. And then the other one says, no, now each time, payday. Yo, it was a mini Christmas. My dad who can baralia KFC, nenkuke pilayo. Duplication, Somar. He got paid. Oh, now you get me, ne? Ungzwil. Barale KFC nenkuke pilayo. Get payday. She's finished. What are you learning as a child? I'm talking to them. They are telling me their experiences of what used to happen at home. What is she carrying? And I tell you, both of them are mimicking what used to happen at home. The one says, "Ga payday, I go to my favorite supermarket, I buy tiramisu, I buy tin roof, I buy this and that, I lock myself up in my room, it's a feast. I'll come out after the feast." And the other one says, hey, because I don't know what's going to happen next month, even though she's fully employed, she hoards her money. Why? I get daddy used to go AWOL. So can you see your reactions, your patterns, your children pick up on them. They're going to live them, whether they are aware or not. It's all your fault. Luana, you were not aware. So I'm asking you, with tears in my eyes, what shenanigans are you carrying from the past? Are you even aware? What is your relationship with money here today? Now that you are here, you are able to make your own money. What happens to you when you do have the money? When that invoice gets paid? What do you do? Or you hoard because you don't know when the next invoice is going to be paid. Or you fill up the table because it's popile, next month it's like born. So pambi. Where does that come from, that mentality? Because it's one of two principles. You are either reliving and mimicking what you know, or you've decided to go the opposite direction. Deliberately having made a choice. No, I'm no longer poor. I'm making up for lost time. How are you doing so far? Are you happy with your relationship with money and how you manage it and the progress that you've made? If you have made progress, beautiful, but we can make more. So when we talk finances, this is still about you, the entrepreneur. Are you happy with your finances with regards to all the quadrants of finances? Personal financial management I'm talking about. Do we know that there are different quadrants for you to tick and tick and tick and tick and say no, all of them are covered? Or all we are focusing on is just the income and expenditure and then say like change next month. I see you frowning. And I see others are going squint. No. Let me quickly then jump onto the business side of things. It is still you, the captain. Now we are onto the business side of things. If you are still struggling with your personal financial management, what is going to happen on the business side of things? I get it's still under your leadership. It is under your leadership, isn't it? What are the fundamentals then of business financial management? Because now it gets tricky, right? It's no longer just personal. There are fundamentals in the personal space. I did not mention them. I don't have the time. What are the fundamentals of business financial management? You need to separate the two entities. The business is an entity under your leadership, but you should also separate yourself. I get you're an employee in your business. Did you remember that? You're your own employee. Which habits are month end? Like salary house, so how big a stake is that? How did you get to that figure? Stop it. How did you even get to that figure? So you see, there's a lot. What is your strategic plan for your business? Where do you want to see this business? What do you want to see it at a particular time? You, the founder, are an employee of the business. The challenge is irregular income. I get you're not an employed person that receives a salary every month. So the challenges are also because your payments come irregularly, whereas you have monthly financial commitments. How do you manage that? We need to extend on our know-how on finances, both on our personal capacities and also as the captain of your business. And this is where we need to engage. As Sme Connect had said, we'd like to have sessions, many sessions in your districts with you so that we can unpack, and then we are good with our finances. Both in your personal capacity and your business should thrive. I thank you.
Mama Eunice, I actually wanted to ask, how does it feel that the one advice you gave me, I had to use against you? Because you're giving me an opportunity to exercise it. Because ironically, yesterday, one of the advices that she gave me was, she's like, if people are going on and on and on, just stand up and walk to the side of the stage. And if they're still going on and on, so that's how quickly she recognized what I was doing. Because immediately when she's like, okay. But thank you for that. No, it really works. I thought it was very effective. And then the best part of my job as a program director is those announcements, man. The owner of a Polo HDD 902FS, your car lights are on. Please make sure that you have that sorted out so you're able to drive home after this. And then I just wanted to say before we invite our last speaker for this segment, please make sure that those questions, you already start working on them. Just make sure that you write it down, put your name, your question, and maybe the company you're representing or the company you own or the company you're from. And just by indication, you can just put them on the side of the table, or Terrence will come and get the questions for you, because right after the speaker, we're going to start with the panel discussion. So it would be effective if by the time we start the panel discussions, we already have the questions. Okay, so our last speaker for this segment, please help me welcome from CIDB, Glory Muleleki. Slow, so when you press, don't press. Wait for this. Okay.
Good morning. Protocol observed. My name is Glory Muleleki. I'm the provincial manager for the CIDB Free State. For the purpose of this summit, I was invited to do just a short presentation because now it's focusing on the housing sector. But then let me just take you through as to how do I operate this? Okay. Huh? Okay. Yes, let me just take you through as in terms of what CIDB is all about and why we are here. You saw me, I was sitting next to Ndatoa NHBRC. NHBRC is our sister entity, so wherever we go, we are just like this because we are serving the same pool of contractors. So most of the contractors who are registered with CIDB, they are registered with NHBRC. So CIDB, we are the statutory body established in terms of the Construction Industry Development Board Act, number 38 of 2000. We are the public entity, Schedule 3A, reporting to Department of National Public Works under the Minister, Mayor Patricia de Lille. Our mandate as CIDB now is to establish a National Register of Contractors and a National Register of Construction Projects. But that's not the only thing that we are doing as CIDB. We also promote a uniform application of procurement policy throughout all spheres of government, being national, provincial, as well as local government. We ensure that the procurement is applied in a uniform way. So you won't find in anywhere or any institution applying their own procurement policies when it comes to construction projects. We promote standardization of procurement documentation. That is why you will see that our tender documents, in most cases, they are the same when it comes to construction procurement. You go to Mpumalanga, you go to Western Cape, you go to any department or municipality, you will find that our tender documents are standard because we don't want to confuse the industry. And then we promote and establish or endorse uniform standards and ethical standards that regulate the actions, practices, and procedures of parties engaged in construction contracts. What I mean with this is that we have a code of conduct. That code of conduct applies to both the employer, which is the client department, as well as the contractor. So if anyone is found guilty in terms of this conduct, will be charged. Let me just do this. Okay. Hey, there's technology. Okay. 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 Where? Okay. Well, let me continue. Now, what is the Register of Contractors? What is this Register of Contractors? Why are you supposed to register with the CIDB? The Register of Contractors is a micro risk management tool for government. As government, we want to ensure that we award public sector contracts to the right contractors. Because you remember before CIDB came into effect in 2004, the tender will just be advertised and every Tom, Dick and Harry will just submit their tender documents, and then it was difficult to ensure that the contractor who's been appointed will deliver on time and with the quality that is expected. So now, CIDB, when it came to effect, the mandate was that categorize these contractors so that when we award projects, we know that and we are sure that the project will be completed on time with the relevant capability and the capacity. And also, the quality should take precedence. And it applies to all construction works or contractors who wish to do work for government, specifically in the holistical construction sector, not only home building. But now with CIDB, now we're talking about the civil works, we're talking about the mechanical works, we're talking about the electrical works. So that's why I'm saying it's the holistical spectrum of construction. And then it binds the public sector to award only, or to award those construction contracts to only registered contractors. So if you are not registered with Cidb, then it means you are going to miss out on the opportunities in terms of the construction works that I've mentioned, which are the civil works, the mechanical works, the electrical works, and so forth. So the Act says that a client or an organ of state must ensure that they award that contract to a registered contractor. If they award to a non-registered contractor, they will be found guilty. Now, who should register with Cidb? All contractors who have the capability to undertake construction works, and the following are exempted: home building. If you know that you are only interested in home building, then you will have to register with NHBRC. But the nice thing about home building recently, because now we want to escalate the number of registered contractors to higher gradings, we also allow the track record of home building. But you have to ensure that you are registered with NHBRC, because one of the supporting documents that we will require will be some documents from NHBRC for us to upgrade you using the home building. That's why I put a star there. The joint ventures. Joint venture, yes, it's a strategy that can be applied for you to be able to grow as a contractor. But then a joint venture cannot be registered because it's a temporary setup. So after a project, you know that the consortium comes to an end. So you cannot register a joint venture. Contractors who are under restriction from doing business with the public sector, those bidders who are listed on the National Treasury Register of Defaulters, we don't register them, we even deregister them once they are found guilty. Labor-only contractors who undertake substantially labor-only contracts are exempted. If you know that when your company is just to provide laborers, maybe the project was awarded to a main contractor and then you are subcontracting, but you are only bringing laborers, you don't have to register with us, because we are not even going to upgrade you for providing only laborers. You have to be awarded to execute a project from A to Z. Supply-only contractors who undertake substantially supply only, or majority is supply only on that contract, they are exempted. For example, you'll find that there will be a tender advert that will say supply and installation of this and this and this. So in that case, in terms of procurement, the client will check what is the majority or the major budget in terms of this that project. So if the major budget goes to supply, then that project doesn't need to be awarded to a Cidb registered contractor, because that's a supply. It's not a construction. But if most of the budget on that project is on installation, then it means that a service provider who will be awarded must be registered with Cidb. So that is how it goes in terms of supply. But if you know that you only do supply, don't come and register with us. Okay. Yeah, these are the classes of works that we are dealing with, the general building. In this case, I'll assume everyone who's sitting here, they are registered under general building. But general building, remember, is also broad. We're talking about building of houses, such as RDP houses. We're talking about repair and renovations. We're talking about building of schools, building of clinics, yes, and so forth. And then we have the civil works, which now deals with roads and bridges and so forth. The mechanical, which deals with aircons and other mechanical ventilation projects. And then the electrical class of work, which is divided into two, We have the, what we call the EB. The code of EB is those that install electricity within the buildings, and they must be registered with the Department of Labor. They must have what we call a wireman's license. And then the EP is the one that deals with infrastructure, the transformation, the transformators and everything that you see outside. That one, we don't require wireman's license to register that class of work. And then we have a lot of specialized works such as fencing, plumbing, landscaping. There are those that are common in our provinces, and others, specialized work, they are common in other provinces such as in Gauteng, where you'll find companies that are doing demolitions, that are doing steel structures, and so forth. So it's advisable that as a contractor, you need to be versatile and check what is it that you can do besides general building. Because in terms of our statistics, we have lots of contractors under the general building. But I'm sure when you are sitting there, you know why you are on general building, because general building seems to be an easier part of construction in terms of our classes of works. We don't have many contractors in the electrical sector. In the mechanical, I don't know what is the reason, or maybe we are not getting enough training in terms of such skills. Yes, those are our 22 specialized works that you can come and register. We can advise you if you want to. And the nice thing is that you can register as many classes of works as you want. You can have the GB, the CE, the mechanical, any class of work, as long as you know that should you be called to come and deliver that project in that specific class of work, you will be able to deliver. So we don't want you to just register many classes of work. The next thing, you are just wasting money. They are just sitting there. You are not doing anything about them. Or there are no opportunities for such classes of works in our province. Okay. Okay, now let me just keep to this slide. You know, at Cidb we have different gradings. We have grade 1 to grade 9. So when you start and register with us and you've never done any project, you will start at grade 1. So you grow as and when you get projects of certain value. And then the criteria applies to all classes of works. So there's no, maybe we're not lenient in terms of a certain class of work, or maybe other classes of work, they are too hectic, and then we will say, no, if you bring this and this, we will upgrade. The criteria applies to all classes of works in the same way. Now, if you want to go to grade 2, let me talk specifically for this housing sector, whereby you will be awarded housing projects. What do you do now if you complete this kind of project? Yes, you are welcome at Cidb with the following documents. If you meet these requirements, we will upgrade you to grade 2. If you complete those houses maybe to the value of 130,000, then we will upgrade you to grade 2. So I know one house is 180. So let's say you've been awarded 5 houses, so you will make a calculation. So we will calculate. We are going to calculate it based on the units. But if you get an appointment letter that you have been allocated 10 units, you will come and upgrade after you complete that 10 units. You don't complete 1 unit and then you come. You must complete as you have been awarded or appointed. And then for grade 2, it's very easy because we just want that track record, that appointment letter that says you have been appointed to do that kind of project. And then you give us the bank statement because we just want to verify that, yes, that project you it was allocated by, it was awarded to you by the Department of Human Settlement, or maybe you were a subcontractor. So you will bring us that appointment letter and the bank statement with the reference. We want to check the reference, that the reference in terms of payment comes from the employer, the main contractor, or if you are appointed by the client department, we just want to see that. So it's very important to ensure that when you give them invoices, the references are the same in your invoices as they appear on your bank statements. And then for grade 3, you must meet 2 grading criteria. It means now we are going to ask for the appointment letter and the completion letter, as well as the financial statements. In the financial statements, we are going to check your annual turnover and your available capital. Your available capital will be your assets minus your liabilities, and the annual turnover will be the revenue you made during that specific year. But we will be asking for 2 sets of financial statements, because we want to see if you did well in the last financial year or the current financial year. So wherever the turnover is higher, we will use that turnover. Maybe last year you didn't do good, and then this year everything went well, and then we can use that annual turnover. But for grade 3 and 4, we will use either the available capital or the annual turnover. For example, for grade 3, you will need a turnover of 1 million, annual turnover of 1 million, and for the available capital, you will need 100,000. So if you come and upgrade, when we check those financial statements, if your available capital is 100,000 and your annual turnover is less, we will use the annual into the available capital, vice versa, either one of the 2. But the track record, it must be 450 for you to go to grade 3. So the track record doesn't change, but in terms of the financial capability, we will check either your turnover or your available capital. But this is only for grade 3 and grade 4. So that is why in terms of our statistics, you will find that we have lots of contractors who are upgrading to grade 3 and 4 because we are using either the available capital or the annual turnover. But from 5 to 9, you must satisfy the 3 criteria. You must give us the track record, annual turnover, and the available capital. So it's not like this one or the other. But for grade 3 and 4, that's where we are lenient. Okay. Now, this is our provincial statistics. We have about 4,854 contractors in the Free State. And then out of that 4,854, you will see that 3,992 are grade 1s. And most of our contractors, you will see there, they are under GB. We have 2,171 contractors registered under GB, followed by civil works. And then in other classes of works, you see there are even below 600 contractors. And then what is this statistics telling us? This statistics is telling us that 95% to 98% black-owned entities are concentrated in the lower gradings. You'll find that most companies that are black-owned, they are on grade 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. But when you go higher, you'll find that it's only white-owned companies. And there's little penetration of black-owned entities in the classes of works that are capital and knowledge intensive. So if you take these classes of works in mechanical, electrical, you'll find that black companies, they are very minimal in those. We don't know it's because of lack of knowledge, as I've said before, lack of training, lack of skills, but that is what the statistics is telling us. And then there's a little penetration of black-owned entities, including women-owned companies and youth-owned companies. In those gradings, in those higher gradings, grade 6 to grade 9, we have few women contractors. I'm sure the highest grading in our province in terms of women ownership is grade 6. But some of them, they are moving. I know soon we'll be having grade 7s, but at the moment, women-owned companies, they are below grade 7 in our province. Okay. Yes, I think in terms of this session, I just wanted you to understand the effect of this new technology that is being introduced, that is going, we hopefully is going to escalate the most contractors to be able to go to higher gradings. Because when we started to allow the housing track record, most contractors were able to come and upgrade, because now this capital project like building of schools, building of hospitals, you know, those projects, you know, it will be 2 projects or 3 projects in a year, and those are 10 projects. So if a contractor is being awarded, it could be a project that is even going to take 2 years, and then they have to share. How are they going to share the pie amongst those contractors who also want those opportunities? Yes, we have different strategies that you can apply to be able to grow as a contractor. We have what we call joint ventures, we have subcontractors. Subcontracting strategy is very easy because we are not regulating that space as Cidb. The only person that we will be regulating in that process is the main contractor, because he's the one who entered into an agreement with the client. So the client must ensure that whoever they appoint is in line with the Cidb Act. But now the main contractor will then subcontract. When the main contractor subcontract, he will subcontract according to his discretion, based on whether he knows you in terms of deliverables, if you will deliver on time, if you have experience that is needed for that kind of project. So the main contractor is not going to consider the register, the Cidb register, that you are on grade 1, so I will give you a project up to 200, up to 500,000, or you are grade 2, I'll give you only up to 1 million. So the main contractor will just decide to give you 5 million, but you are grade 1. So when you come and upgrade, we bring us that track record, the subcontracting agreement, and then we check what is it that you were subcontracted with. So if we find that, okay, you were subcontracted the work up to maybe 3 million or whatever, then we will upgrade you to that level with subcontracting. But then if you tender directly with the clients will have to consider the Cidb grading table, whereby they will allocate you the project according to your capability. So we always encourage you to go for the subcontracting or the joint venturing, because it's a quicker way to be able to grow as a contractor, and we have a lesser number of grade 1 contractors, because we know some of the grade 1 contractors are well experienced, but because they cannot get projects that are of certain value that can take them to higher gradings, they are stuck at grade 1. So on that note, I think I will end there. I will be around if there are any questions. And our office is based in St. Andrew Street, Fed Show Building. Legal aid, state prosecutor, that offices, we are also based there. So if you want to come for more advice, just come to our office. We'll be able to assist. When you come, bring the documents, because I know most of you are sitting there with your documents that we could have used to upgrade you long time ago, and your track record is valid only for 5 years. So if whatever you did and then you've been sitting with your documents for over 5 years, we are not going to be able to assist you. So if you know that your appointment letters and your completion letters, they're still within 5 years, please come to our office. We'll be able to assist you. We've assisted a lot of contractors recently who were not aware of our regulations and our criteria, and they missed the opportunity of being in higher gradings. So you are welcome anytime. Let's see what you have, if you've subcontracted or if you were in a joint venture, or if you had a dispute maybe with the main contractor and you couldn't complete the project because of certain aspects. Come to us, let's see what is it that you did and where it ended, and see if we can take whatever you did and upgrade you with it. So on that note, I thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, House Glory. I just wanted to make a quick announcement that if you had booked here and you're supposed to check out today, we asked that you check out now. So if you were staying here, I think the housekeeping would like to, tidy up the place and get it ready for their next guests. So if you know that you're staying here and you haven't checked out, please do that. Getting back to the program, I think what I can appreciate, timekeeping is not, it's difficult to manage, but I think what I can appreciate is that our panelists, they're passionate about what they do, they're knowledgeable about what they do. So if you have a combination of that, you really want to share as much as you can, and you don't know where to cut and how to cut, because maybe you think you're not saying much because you know how much you can say, but I commend you guys for your work. And I'm thinking, even for the points that you were not able to share, maybe those can be brought up during the panel discussion. And I have a surprise. Mr. Terence, I did mention that whenever Terence comes on stage, just be prepared to be shaken a little bit. So I learned just a while ago that we will be joined by just one last speaker for this segment, and she'll also be adding on to the list of panelists. So maybe please give a warm welcome to Sme Mhlahlo. She's the regional manager from IDC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sme Mhlahlo. For the longest time, everyone struggles to pronounce it, but I must give it to the program director. So exactly how it is, and thank you for that. I would like to firstly apologize. We were supposed to be here yesterday, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, we couldn't make it. We appreciate that you are still here and you are ready to hear our presentation. I'm from the Industrial Development Corporation, being one of the largest, the largest DFIs in the country, being established in 1940, so we are quite old. We are state-owned, and most of our funding comes from the Treasury, and we are also owned and controlled by the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. So I wanted this slide to also give an indication of our financial strength, having assets of over 143 billion, and having been able to disburse just over 6.3 billion in the 2021 financial year. Our spread is across the country with regional offices and satellite offices. We also have our head office in Sente. Sorry, I'm also old school with a piece of paper. I hope you can appreciate that. The IDC is quite big. Actually, when we were invited here, we couldn't, in terms of formatting the presentation that is specific to what we are dealing with, we couldn't do that because we understand that even some of you, your products or your services may overlap with different IDC's products offering. We have a vast of products specializing in agro-processing. We also have heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, clothing and textiles. My goodness, do I keep pressing this thing? But colleagues, we have vast opportunities within the IDC. I indicated how much we have approved, how much we have disbursed so far. This presentation we will avail to everyone that is here if at any point you feel I'm moving too quickly. But I also wanted to indicate that having all these products within the IDC in 2019, the IDC went under restructuring. That was just before the COVID hit South Africa. So the IDC established what we call now the Small Business Finance Unit. So in that unit, it consists of all the regional offices. Our mandate is to process all the applications that are between 1 million rands up to 15 million rands. So whatever application that comes within that range, we process up to the stage of disbursement. So like I indicated, we are spread around the country, so wherever you are operating from. So I'll come to the contract financing, but if you are in the Free State, we'll leave our contact details where you can reach us, even our office. So we offer different products for startups, for expansions, for contract finance, even when you require only the working capital. But for operations that are outside of the country, the IDC has what they call as well the Rest of Africa unit. So if you have opportunities there, you can access our funding product under that unit. What I also wanted to share with you is our Sme Connect, which is a strategic collaboration. Here we mentioned that it's normally with influential firms and SOEs. We are actually scheduled to have a meeting with our department. You'll see it's one of our strategic partners, because we want to see in this space what kind of funding opportunities can we avail for contractors that are holding government contracts, where the opportunity for cession of funds will be made available for the IDC. So basically in the Free State, under this collaboration method, we have relationships with Harmony. We have also relationships with SASO. So here, if you have a contract with those two organizations, we will then consider providing new funding under this product. We are not writing off, seeing that the Free State is not big on industries and influential firms. We are looking forward to relationships with government for those that have been awarded contracts. So our strategy in the Free State is quite simple. We are central. We have infrastructure, we have resources. There are factories in Botshabelo, in Kwakwa, in Tavanchu, and so on, owned by the FDC. We are central to almost all the provinces in South Africa, so we think that it's an opportunity for this Free State office to capture and also process applications. I mentioned that we have different business units in the IDC, therefore, agro-processing, tourism, textiles, mining, beneficiation, manufacturing of anything. We also want to target the rural areas and the township economies where your operation can, your activities can operate from. So we're looking forward to relationships with Distia. Actually, we are also in contact with them, trying to see how we can assist businesses that are within the IDC mandate but struggle to meet some of the requirements. So there is a discussion with government on how we can assist our people to access IDC's funding. So these are initiatives in terms of partnerships and other collaborations that we can do within the province. I included the slide on our Agri-Industrial Fund. My reason is simple. We have been given money by the Department of Agriculture to administer and also to share with the people in the agri-space. So for anyone that has got an interest, this fund, like I indicated, from 1 million up to 15 million, and up to 40% of this fund can be converted into grant funding. So there's an opportunity for anyone who's in the agro-processing space and so on. I also prepared these 2 slides, hoping that they capture what most of the attendees today do. We have what we call the Heavy Manufacturing Strategic Business Unit in the IDC. So here, obviously, for the reason that it's in a heavy manufacturing, we are looking at creating jobs. So we are looking at, that's our priority. We are looking at sectors that have not been explored under new industries. We are looking at products that have been tested. You have been struggling to source funding in that regard, but you have your product accredited, you have your SABS, and whatever compliances that are necessary or specific to what you want to do. These 2 SBUs are available to assist. Ladies and gentlemen, the funding of the IDC starts from 1 million rands. In the SBU unit, we are up to 15 million in the region, but we are not closing out for people that are seeking more than what we can offer in the region. Our maximum funding is 1 billion rand. I must confess that I have never come across an application that is seeking that much money, but seeing that the IDC has disbursed so much, I'm sure that we have been able to work in that front. These are our contact details. If there's further information you require, we are also co-locating with Cidb, both in the Lhblc district and Thabo Mofokeng district. There are colleagues there who can be able to assist you in packaging the applications to be submitted to the IDC. But otherwise, in Bloemfontein, we are based in Ban Street. We are opposite Ramotello Attorneys. You are welcome to come there. The IDC is open for business, and we are looking forward to see you there. Thank you so much for the opportunity to present. I hope everyone will grab then the opportunity. Thanks, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Elsie. You may have a seat there. No, if you're not part of the panel, then you can. Thank you so much for making my job so easy. The same cannot be said by my colleague, Terence. Did you guys see when he came on stage? You saw? Yeah. So it turns out that we're going to have one more speaker for this segment. And just a disclaimer, I was handed a handwritten note of the name, just so that if maybe I missed the pronunciation, we can blame it on whoever wrote it. So can we please welcome from SA House and AMP Infrastructure Fund, the CEO, Rali Mampeule. Great.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be very quick because I know I'm standing between yourself and probably lunch. If my presentation will come up, I can run with it quickly. But thank you very much. As they said earlier on, my name is Rali Mampeule. I'm the CEO of the South African Housing and Infrastructure Fund. Just waiting on my presentation to come up. And basically what we do, we are a land fund That's not our presentation. But anyway, we are a land fund based here in Johannesburg, or based in Johannesburg, and we've got a footprint nationwide. And basically what we do is that all these initiatives that we've been speaking about today, all of them cannot be able to be implemented without land. So one of the things that we do is that we buy land so that we can accelerate delivery of affordable housing in South Africa. Most of you will be aware that I won't bore you with the stats because most of us who are here are in property, in real estate, in housing, but you do know that we do have just more than 2 million housing shortfall in the country, and if you divide that by 4, that gives you a number that it can go as close to 9 million people that are looking for a roof over their head. I'll continue speaking. If the presentation does come through, I'll then just join and skip some of the pointers. But I think what will be more important is, that what we do, we basically buy land, we install services. So we buy the land, we go through the town planning processes, meaning that we move the land from agricultural all the way to a service stand. That process takes long. It can take up to 3 years, between 3 years and 5 years, simply depending on which municipality or district we have the land. So most people find land banking being very expensive. It's a very expensive business because you're going to have money and buy the land, wait up to 5 years. It's almost like a mining business, so it takes a bit of time. So we thought somebody has to do it. And how we came across that is that we were looking at other departments in other provinces. I won't mention the names, but they found themselves in a way where they take back their budget of almost 800 million to R1 billion back to Treasury, while we've got a go-go who's still waiting for a house, while we've got the 2 million housing shortfall in the country. And we ask ourselves, what is causing that? We realize that it's because of the land not being ready. So a lot of departments, even private developers, are not able to implement development simply because it takes time to get the land ready. So we decided that as the fund, we will buy the land and make sure that we take it from agriculture all the way to a service stand. So initially, once we've got the fully service stands, we will then offload it to listed companies, NGOs, government institutions, and private developers. And so we have launched the fund about 5 years ago. Well, 3 years ago, but before we worked as a business for 5 years. So to date, we have managed to put out there and created about 355,000 housing opportunities. There we go. So I think I've already explained what we do. Some of our highlights is that the management brings a strong history in terms of successful land acquisition and disposal of land in the country. We have been playing in about 5 provinces so far. Our land is well located in conjunction with the special planning and already performed SPD. One of our housing opportunities that we've created so far in the last 5 years is about 133,000 units. That tells you that per annum, we have created about 26,000 housing opportunities to the market. Just on service stands, we then allow developers and government and other NGOs to put the top structure. Our current pipeline is sitting at about 366 units. These are units that we are busy now developing in terms of putting different amenities, water, sewer, electricity, And in some of the units, we actually install fiber in this service stands. So some of our partners that we've worked with is obviously Human Settlement, the Housing Development Agency. We did a donation with them in Rudeport during COVID, where we gave about over 160 people housing opportunity in the space of 2 weeks using innovative building material. And we can talk about that later if time permits. We are also a 23% shareholder of the third biggest fiber business called Metro Fiber in the country. And essentially we bought that stakes because we want to make sure that we can be able to install fiber to our people. Because it doesn't make sense for us to be able to be in an opportunity where we install these services and we still have to go back and dig and be able to install the fiber. Our kids in the rural areas of the township needs to have the same opportunities as the kids in other developed spaces of our country. I won't talk about the backlog. I think we all know the demand. We've also spoken about exactly how many units we've created and housing opportunity we've created so far in the last 5 years and what we've done per annum. This is our current footprint. We've got about 366,000 opportunities for land in about 5 provinces. These are the land and properties that we already bought and that we are already starting to either, they are in different stages. Some of them are in stages where we're still getting town planning going. Some of them we are busy installing services. And so that's our current pipeline. So we're looking for obviously partners that we can partner with, private developers, listed companies, and possibly even with government where they may need to buy the land. And most of our land are obviously in the areas where they're not necessarily in the outskirts. We try and make sure that we tick the box of making sure that we live close to work and play close to work. Again, our potential housing opportunities are also sitting at about 199,000. These are land that we're busy looking at, not necessarily having bought the land. So just quickly, because the conference theme is mainly about innovative building technologies, I just thought then I'll let you know that what we've done quickly in terms of innovation, housing innovation development, is that during the midst of COVID, there were people that had to move from different informal settlements so that we can be able to make sure that they are living in an area where they are able to be on a to be able to, you and I probably took it for granted to be on lockdown where we can be in our own houses. Some people didn't have houses to stay in. What we did, we partnered with the Housing Development Agency to build this alternative building temporary units in Rudeport in a place called Lhblc. And obviously there what we did, we fostered the participation of partnership, which we call it a 4 triple Ps, public-private people's partnership, because we had the same beneficiaries building these units with us during that time, and we created a bit of job for them, and it was funded privately. And essentially the method that we used was that we used an alternative building technology to accelerate delivery of affordable housing, and we made sure that we can improve the condition of our people at the quickest possible time. We've seen also what happened now in KZN. Again, money has been returned back to deal with temporary units, while there are solutions in the country from different service providers, and some of you could possibly be here. So you can help me. So just want to move to the next slide. Okay. So the innovation was really, we were building a house within 4 hours. We had a temporary unit standing up using different technologies, and essentially, can we please go to the next slide? And essentially these were the TRUs that were were highly replicable and scalable. We did that also in the Eastern Cape, where we managed to build a number of units during COVID at the quickest possible time. Obviously, I won't bore you with the SDGs. We are taking those SDGs principle when it comes to that. There was a quick video that I wanted to play for you. If it can play, great. If not, that's fine. I don't know if you're able to play. No. You know, that's fine. But yeah, essentially that's the development that we had done. And we had managed to have about 300 people housed into proper structures that could last for at least 15 years. And we did that within a space of 2 weeks. And we had the actual residence building. Thank you very much. I'm supposed to be in the panel, so if there's any further questions, we can then chat about it, and if time permits, we can watch the video. Just in closing, I'm also wearing a different cap where I'm the chairman of the University of Johannesburg Center for Innovative Building and Technology Material. We are busy now, and I see some guys from NHBRC and other places. You will see this is still private, but because you guys are players in the sector, we'll share this with you that there has been a new first 3D print machine that has landed in the country, and the first 3D house has been printed in the country, and we're going to be launching it soon in October. So those are some of the things that once we've launched it, we'll come and share with you some of the thinking. I have some nice videos about that when we were doing building this first 3D in the country. Unfortunately, I think with the tech, we are not able to see that, but we can chat more about that as well in terms of 3D. So it is the first in the country. We are quite excited, and we are going to be building the first unit in KZN in October. We can print a house within a space of 7 to 8 hours. So we look forward to that as well in terms of innovative building. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ali. You may sit there. That would be your chair. I think I heard a few mumblings when Terence was stepping on stage. Are you guys familiar with Terence now? Yeah, but right now he's not delivering bad news. In fact, we are actually now moving in our program. And the next person that I'm going to introduce who's going to be facilitating the panel's discussion is a lady who is a trailblazer in her own right. And when we talk about women in construction, she comes top of mind, not only as someone who exists in the industry, but is actually pioneering and doing very well because she's been in this business for a couple of years. And I think when we talk about the woman for this job, the next lady I'm going to call in is definitely the person for the job. So please help me welcome from, I think it's South African women in construction. Please help me welcome Ms. Thato Mogodu. As she makes her way in, I just wanted to see. Yes, I told you that she's a trailblazer. I wish I could do that. Do we have those questions? Oh, I see a few here. And there, okay. I was taught, I think I'll hand it over to you.
All right. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Before we can allow questions, I just have my own questions as well, because I think most of the people over here, apart from that they are from Akrima, they know of me, because I've been one of the people that were very much interested in the alternative building technology since, I think, 2015, long time ago. But one of the most important questions that I have while we're still waiting for questions is looking at our stats in the Free State. I think the first thing that we need to talk about is the Cidb stats. If the Cidb stats says we are not doing well, and now we're introducing more products to say we're going to be moving into alternative building technology. My first question is, what is it that we are doing as Free Staters to change the stats, especially for women, because I think this month we are celebrating Women's Month. And when you look when you look at the room, I see women are not actually participating more than when you compare with male counterparts. So now I want to find out, when it comes to alternative building technology and looking at where we are currently, what is it that can be changed? Because I am not very satisfied with our stats. So I'm going to start with Ndate from NHBRC to just give us an overview from what you have seen and looking at, I know for sure that the community at the moment, they're not happy with alternative building technology. And while they're not happy, we still have a project or a scenario where males are still dominating, and while we're trying to promote women. So how do you combine those and including alternative building technology in that? Up to you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, Tato. Let me just start by saying the standards that are codes today started as ABT long time ago. So eventually, these ABT systems, eventually, one of these days will become normal standards. If you look at your steel framework, if you look at your timber construction, there used to be, in a way, IBT. But now coming to your questions, because I was rushing over my presentation, there is a slide where NHBRC, through its research and marketing division, has made an undertaking to support the Department of Human Settlements to assist it to infuse this IBT housing typologies into the market to be acceptable. And part of that also, as our mandate, we should also provide capacity building interventions through our training and education, so that all the vulnerable groups that falls under steps, like your people living with disabilities, women, youth-owned contractors, they're also participating in the construction of IBT. So it's a model that is multifaceted, led by the NHBRC, as per the IBT guidelines, that we need to lead in assisting the department to realization that eventually, at least out of each and every allocation of housing deliveries that the government embarks on, there's a certain percentage that should be allocated to IBT products. But currently, we do have IBT products in the Free State, but very minimal. We have, I think, 1,000 in Cidb, and then we have those research houses that we did with Cidb, and we have got something from non-subsidy as well. But it's a work in progress, and there's a lot of research and development that is involved. So we are going to take inputs here, and I'm going to take it back to the office to see how we can obviously massify and put expediency into the whole process. But we are trying our best, because there are other legalities that you must take into consideration as well.
Okay, thank you. While you are still at it, we have a question regarding NHBRC, where they are actually asking that if your certificate has expired for more than 5 years, do you still go and just submit, and or do you have to rewrite again?
Okay, I assume you're talking about NHBRC registration certificates. You're not talking about an AGRAMA certificate.
Yeah, the registration.
Okay. When you register with the NHBRC, it becomes your responsibility as a home builder to renew your membership annually. So if you fail to renew your membership annually, by the time you come to the NHBRC to update your renewal status, we'll have to pay a renewal fee times all of those years that are outstanding that you have not. So if it's 5 years, it's going to be 5 years times renewal fee of about 550. And that is what NHBRC is going to generate an invoice against. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. Ntate, when it comes to AGRIMA, I think most of the time we get, especially when one of the stats was we have over 90,000 contractors from grade 1, between grade 1 and grade 2. So now we move into alternative building technology. And we know most of the people that are, or business people that are in grade 1 or grade 2, they always have a problem with paying CIDB, paying NHBRC. Now, I know for Agrima, you also pay to do those tests. And I'm one of the people that were actually trying to get accredited, and we went through the Agrima, and we were actually given a bill of 100,000. That time was such a lot of money. So I just want to find out, because now here you are very excited about the new product. The government has a backlog of houses. And as a contractor or an emerging contractor, you are given a bill of 100,000. So isn't that one of the red tapes?
I didn't really get your question.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
Just like when you're starting your construction and you want to go to IBT, firstly, you need to be registered with NHBRC. So already, grade 1s and grade 2s, they're having a challenge that they need to pay to get their certification. They need to pay to get CIDB. And one of the requirements to be accredited with Agrima is that you need to pay for those tests, your fire test, and all of those tests. And I'm saying I'm one of the product where I was given a bill of 100,000 for me to get accredited. So isn't that one of the red tapes?
It could be, but if you go to expect that you know of, we accept reports from accredited experts or service providers, so that you don't have to pay extra when it comes to Agrima. But the fees have been there since we don't increase our fees for the past 10 years now. They've been the same in terms of applying. But when it comes to experts, it's not entirely up to us. It's the experts' professional fees.
Okay. Okay. So we have a question as well. What will be the selection criteria to be on the training program? That's it.
For project management training. Okay. Yes. So what we do, the criteria currently now is your contractors that are registered in the municipality, in the database of the municipalities, because the idea is to, cap also the issues that you mentioned. You've got contractors that have to pay CIDB, they have to pay NHB, and also Agrima when IBT comes. And you find this contractor for the past 4 months, or almost for the past, 12 months, they haven't got a business. How are you going to pay that money? So the idea is to get these contractors to get training or to be capacitated so that they can get the businesses or the contracts within the municipalities. That is the idea. So the criteria is just contractors who are registered in the database. Whether they comply with supply chain management or they've got issues with compliance with regulatory, that's where now in that training those gaps will be closed, will be assisted. Finances and all these other issues that are holding them to really get these contracts. Because it seems like our contractors are under this force of gravity. They just can't move, So, and this is a very sad situation. It's a vicious cycle. We need to be decisive and say, we cut it here.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to find out, Ntate, when I think you've mentioned a very important fact, because we want to get more women, we want to get people to be developers in order for us to make sure that we work against the backlog that we have. And one of the challenges is getting service land. And I just want to find out more and more clarity in terms of you did mention that you do provide a service land. So does that come as a grant, or does that I can just come to you and say I want service land because I want to develop? What is the criteria and what is required from developers for them to get those service lands?
Yes, no, thank you for the question. So the land that we have and that is ready, we are able to partner with emerging contractors. So you may find that we're doing a development in Rubber Ridge in Tembisa, and we've got about 600 service sites, which then obviously that creates a community where you've got other social amenities. We are able to locate, say, 100 to 150 to emerging contractors where they can go and actually market the end product, which is a house. But we provide a service stands for them, and then they only pay us once they've sold the house, and that they have obviously have concluded the development. So that's one of the things that we do. In some instances, emerging contractors or builders, they buy land. I mean, they get land where they cannot afford to buy the land. They come to us, we then go and buy the land on their behalf. We partner with them and have a profit-sharing mechanism with them in terms of making sure that we can, again, accelerate delivery of affordable housing as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. I think the minister made a very important fact after she made her speech. She said she doesn't want this summit to be like any of those summits, like a talk show. And I think from the information that we have gathered today, I just want to hear from Medlory, because looking at the stats, I think I actually want to mention some few stats, especially when it comes to CIDB. So when we don't count grade 1s and grade 2s, we literally have 626 contractors in the whole of the Free State. And out of that, 626 women from grade 6 to grade 9, we have only 13 women who are grade 6. And we only have 2 women who are grade 7. Then we only have 2 women who are grade 8 and 0 grade 9. And when it comes to black companies, not women, but black companies, we have 45 out of 79 companies, 45, which is not that bad, Then grade 7, we have 22. So the entire Free State only has 22 out of 35. Then we got grade 8, we have 11, which is 78%, which is not bad. Then grade 9. So in the whole of Free State, there's only grade 9, we only have 7, and only 2 black-owned companies. So now I'm saying, with all the summit that we're doing, with all the information that we're getting, what is it that can be done differently? Because we're going to come next year and have the similar summits and no changes, and we're going to be celebrating Women's Month. And I just want to hear now from her view, because she works with the contractors on a monthly basis, on a daily basis. What is your view? What is it that can be changed from this summit to make things different, so that next year when we have another summit, we can talk different stats?
Thank you, Metato. That's a very good question. Let's look at it this way. We need to go back to the drawing board, because if such opportunities are coming to us as a province, clients' departments need to go to the drawing board. If you will notice that most of the projects that are above grade 6, in most cases they appoint contractors out of the province. Why are we taking the money out of the province when we do have contractors that are able to do the work in our province? So we need to revisit our PPFA and see to it if we can be able to play around in terms of preference points to allow our contractors to be able to get these opportunities, because this is our money. We cannot allow contractors, because they are on grade 9s and 8, and then they are from bigger provinces, as if now we don't have such contractors in our province. We need to include our procurement specialists in our province to sit down. We need to establish committees that are consistent in terms of development and empowerment. It should not be just a talk show whereby the minister comes here and then we say all these things, but when she leaves, we continue doing what we've been doing. So now, if we can include clients department in terms of their procurement processes and see to it how we apply the 30%, what do you call it? Set aside, yes. So I will say, let's have maybe committees that look into procurement for contractors to be able to access this kind of opportunities. Whether they are on grade 5, grade 4s, let's see how they can be able to access these bigger projects. Thank you.
I think that I just want to add more.
Thank you, Mayor. So the other issue, this is sort of like a carrot and stick kind of an approach. We need to request the municipalities that are here, because you do have the database of the contractors within your municipalities. And most of the contractors that are stuck at the bottom, that are not able to access the contracts within the municipalities, are women. So let's do the status quo. From each and every municipality, we have put up a way forward to say at least minimum, let's get 100 contractors within the municipalities. And then let those get capacitated, let them be trained so that they can qualify for the business. MEC mentioned that there is a 40%, and then let's say that 40% is like about 100 million. And you still go out into the tender, and when you get into the tender document says, if you are not at grade 6 or a grade 5, you are not going to qualify for this. So how are you going to move this ones that are stuck at grade 1, 2, and 3 to the next level? Surely they are not going to participate and get a share of this 100 million. Maybe they might get a part of about 30%. So in all cases, a tender document is there, the tender is worth 100 million, you are not going to be the main contractor, you are going to be the subcontractor. So the main contractor will go with 70% of the cost of money. Now, all the subcontractors, they are fighting for 30%. Guys, the breakfast is here on the table, and people are fighting for the crumbs. That's why you see now, construction is now have turned into a cutthroat kind of an environment, industry. It's a dog kind of a situation. So we cannot, let this vicious cycle. Let's take a stock and let's go back to the drawing board and say, how do we change this thing? Is this thing really working for us? No, definitely not. So next time we won't be able to call the minister to come and cut the ribbon if the situation is going to be a business as usual. So we put a challenge to the municipalities. Please come to the party, do that analysis, let's put up a document, and let's get, we don't mind, we can run the whole show into all the municipalities, into all the districts. We have a plan, and the economic development is ready for that. If they invest something like 100 million to actually assist the contractors to be able to benefit from this, the return on investment is worth it. The jobs that are going to be created are worth it. The women and youth that are going to be empowered, it's worth this amount of money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. One of the questions, I think it's one question that we always get, especially when it comes to us, black people, black tax. So there's a question regarding black tax because we are required to save money. So then we still have issues where, black tax is just hanging over our heads. So, Mayor, how do we balance this, between the black tax and the saving?
Dad. So, black tax, it's a global phenomenon. It happens everywhere. It just that it comes in different sizes, shapes, and categories. Black taxi in reference is, I'm the eldest at home. So after finishing school, I'm the first to get employment. So naturally, I am going to assist my parents to carry the financial load, right? It happens everywhere. racially, everywhere it happens. It's just that with us, our families are bigger, our financial challenges are therefore more complex, and according to the scale of income, most of us are in the lower band of income. So all those factors then make this situation more complex. But it's not unique to Africans. Well, we are very creative and we shall coin it and give it a name and say black tax, right? But it happens everywhere. Come to the management, therefore, of black tax, again, is knowing the fundamentals of finances, is sticking to the principles of financial management, is being disciplined. But there are communications that need to happen. We need to talk as families, as households. Parents, listen to your children. Children, talk to parents. How far can you help? How much do you have? Right? Understand each other. So I cannot say as a parent, now my eldest son is working. Now I'm shifting over my financial commitments to him. And then I go and commit onto new ones because, no, Sibusisa wa bereka utla patal. No. Sibusisa has got his own poor dreams, shame. So key communication that needs to happen. If Sibusiso is able to assist at home, glad, let Sibusiso help. Linna, as a parent, I must also now scale down on creating new debt, because new debt is more financial responsibilities in the family. So we all need to know both sides of the coin, the parents and the young ones. We need to know proper financial management. We need to communicate. We both need to budget and know my financial commitments, the total of my obligations in terms of finances. Do I have that amount of money? Kitsepile mang to pay for me if I overcommit myself. So it's those kind of engagements that should take place, and all of us will be happy at the end of the day.
Thank you, Ma. Moving to the next question. I think this is very interesting question. So they say now when we were going into construction and they said women need to be trained and to be skilled in construction. And I know, because the question is asking about trainings in NHBRC. So I was one of the women that were trained by NHBRC and other institutions. So now they say, can the training that we as women, because we have been trained by NHBRC, ESCOM contractor, and so on, but our counterparts are not trained. So for me to be grade 1, for me, I'll go and get training, and it's women empowerment. I'll go training, I'll go Cidb, I'll get training, I'll go to, ESCOM will also train me, and I'll go and register and be a grade 1. And my counterpart will just go and register and be grade 1. Then we'll be allocated work. And you'll find that my counterpart will literally get work. And most of the time, they don't get the project done. They don't finish their projects because they were not trained. So now the question is, can NHBRC not be assigned or be part of Cidb so that whoever got trained can only register with Cidb, because we know Tato has been trained, has underwent training to be a contractor. So she knows what she's doing. So if she says she can build a house, she did attend course at NHBRC, so she can build a house. So the training, I think the question is between Cidb and NHBRC to say, can both department not be linked so that, just like I know with NYDA, you have to do the 5 days course for you to be assisted by NHBRC, by NYDA. It's compulsory. So this is also one of the questions to say, can training not be compulsory for contractors?
Okay. Can training not be compulsory for contractors? Let's look at the type of our training interventions and the objective behind them. Training is aiming at development, it has corrective measures, and empowerment. Now, if we are not encouraging people to be trained, unfortunately, we are going to end up with a situation whereby we have a skills drainage, because construction industry is a highly skilled industry, and it's rapidly forever changing industry. Like now we are dealing with the issue of IBT. So you can just imagine how many contractors are accredited with Agrama as licensee or license holders. And if we do not make an undertaking to empower those people to participate in an IBT space, unfortunately we are depriving those people to participate in an economic development in general. So, however, I want to accept and admit that there are limitations in any intervention, and there are disparities here and there. But now, we shouldn't make them to be our focal point. Yes, our training sometimes they are biased because we are looking at maybe empowering a certain section of our society and we are disadvantaging the other. Coming specifically to the strategic partnership that we are having between us and Cidb, the whole intention behind it was that most of the people have a Cidb registration. But unfortunately, for some or other technicalities that we have discussed here, they have not been, unfortunately so, getting work for them to be considered for upgrading at Cidb. But these people have received appointment for houses. So I'm saying, if you build a house of an RDP house with a maybe current quantum fee of about 200,000, and you've built 200 of those titles, surely Cidb should give you some benefit of the doubt, because you do have a knowledge and expertise on how to manage a project. From a financial management point of view, from an expertise, from all other legislations that are into place in terms of health and safety and so forth and so forth. So we were trying to make the situation to be conducive and to be responsive to empowerment of our people out there. But sometimes in each and every good intention, obviously there are shortfalls that we need to work on them. And those are shortfalls that we are aware of as the NHBRC as well, that good intention sometimes can result into misappropriation, or unfortunately application can be wrong, if I may put it that way, Tato, although the intention was good. I don't know if you want to add on that.
Okay, thank you. Just to add on that, Metato, in terms of training, Cidb, we don't do training, but we facilitate training. Yes, NHBRC, before you register with them, you have to undergo certain skills test. Am I right? Yes. And then once you are registered with them, they can train you. But with us, Cidb, I know most contractors who are on grade 1, they will be saying, yo, Cidb, you've been training us over and over and over. We are tired now, we are looking for projects. We normally train contractors according to their grading levels. When you are on grade 1, obviously you're going to get technical skills in terms of, and also business skills, because now we take you as a new business that is venturing into construction. So we will be facilitating training of that kind of level. And then the grade 5s and grade 6, also they go to training as well, based on their skills gap. Because as you grow as a contractor, you need to improve your skills as well. So grade 1s, they normally think that they are the only ones who have been taken to training all the time. Yes, because we have many grade 1 contractors, we will never stop supporting them in terms of business skills training that we do in partnership with Cidb and Construction Center and so forth. But for grade 4, 5, 6, we also train them on business management systems in terms of improving their systems, because that is what causing them to fail as well, because it's easier to upgrade to higher grading, but to sustain that grading, it's a problem. So we want to assist them to develop systems that will ensure that your businesses are sustainable and you are able to grow further. So most contractors they think that when they are on grade 5, they don't need training. We will forever need training until you are on grade 9. So if you are invited for training or you are offered that kind of support, please grab it with your hands, because you will never see that again, because the government is running out of funds, and at the end you will be on your own in terms of how you improve your own skills to be able to access opportunities. That's what I wanted to add on. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ntate Rali, there's a question. You find that most of, especially when it comes to municipalities, it comes from one of the developers. So when it comes to municipalities, they do want to assist municipalities, but in terms of service land, that is still a challenge in municipalities. So what is your role in that, when it comes to municipalities? Because the developers are here, but the municipalities cannot provide service land.
Yeah,
So is there anything that you can do from your side?
Yeah, so Rena, we are not from the public sector. It's a more private sector to work with government to accelerate delivery of affordable housing. However, what we've seen is that you find that in South Africa, yes, we're probably running out of money. But as we speak now, from a government point of view, it does look like there's a lot of grants, opportunities for funding, for infrastructure funding. So, but it's all over the place. So what we've realized with the different municipalities, we need to connect the dots. So you find that maybe go Bloemfontein somewhere, you want to do a development, they say to you, we don't have bulk in that area. So you as a developer, you are not able to do a development where you can create jobs. But then there's DBSA that is giving municipalities grants, not loans, grants. But no one in the municipality goes and apply. I want to speak to the lady from IDC at the back later on. I've just met her today. You may find that she's got another grant that can assist the municipality. But so what I'm seeing is that we are trying to speak to the municipalities to say, guys, connect the dots and make sure that we can be able to bring infrastructure where it's needed. You know, I just heard about 2 weeks ago that the trade and industry, the department? No, the trade and industry. Okay, so the Department of Trade and Industry, they have a grant called Strategic Infrastructure Grant. So if you go and you do a development, they can give you back 50% of the money that you've spent in development. Now, most of us don't know about that. And how do they define a strategic infrastructure? They say, well, if you're creating jobs and the land is in a good area, that it can create other amenities like schools, shopping centers, you qualify for a strategic infrastructure grant. So again, it's a grant. So you spend 100 million, they give you back 50% of that to the maximum, I must just quantify, to the maximum of 50 million rands. So to answer that question, I think we need to talk to our different municipalities to say, guys, you need to know about all the grants that are available within the government space and the private sector and connect all the doors so that you can create an infrastructure to take place. I mean, if you look at Sasolburg now, there's about 3 to 4 billion rand of development stuck because there's a problem with the sewer. Hence, but also we still have so many grants that are available and money goes back to Treasury. So I think we should ask them to help us with, to capitalize on using the grants. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And last question to Ntate Anga. They just want to find out, before they come to you to Agrima to get their product certified, do they have to patent it before or after?
Do they have to pay?
Patent.
Oh, okay. We patent after.
Okay, thank you. I think we've reached the end of our panel discussion, and I hope it was we managed to answer most of the questions that you had. And hopefully next year, when we have the same summit, we'll have different stats and we'll have more people, involved in development and, gather the information. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tato. And the rest of the panel, I think we can release you now. Thank you so much for your insightful information. May I please have my colleagues from the technical side help me with the mics and the podium? And okay, while they're getting ready, I just wanted to also just make an announcement that for the next coming segment, I'm sure you'll be happy to learn that we're going to have one speaker. And straight after that, I'm going to limit the question and answer session to just 5. So there's not going to be a panel discussion. It'll be one speaker. And then after that, I'm going to take 5 questions. That'll be specific to the topic of what the Department of Human Settlements will be talking about. All right. Welcome Mikey to the stage, everyone. Not just one hand, guys. Be nice. Thank you. Have you been posting on social media? You've not been posting. Have you been out to the stands? Yes. Okay. At least there's some progress. But please, guys, it's very important that we use that hashtag so that even after today, when you want to refer back to what was happening, you can just use the hashtag to go back and see what was happening, but also to share information, because that's what today's summit is about. Not only to hoard information, but to share it as much as possible. So please use the hashtag IBT Summit Free State. Okay. So without wasting any more time, because, okay, I'm even 5 minutes early.
1, 2. Yeah.
I'm even 5 minutes early, but I think we can make the best use of that. So, Cidb, are you ready? Okay, let's please welcome Cidb from the Department of Human Settlements in the Free State.
Thank you very much, Program Director. As it were, I've been thrown under the bus, okay? I was told, okay, do say something. Just pretend that you are some landowner and that you can speak with some eloquence on land ownership. But of course, Human Settlements doesn't own land. Municipalities do. So basically, what we're going to talk about here is a very brief 2-pager. We've tried to approach it from an angle that would allow us to engage with these issues, because Human Settlements, and perhaps I must add COCTA, would work together to ensure that there is oversight over municipalities, so that in the process of rolling out the innovative building technologies, that we can all contribute towards the attainment of these sustainable development goals, and even our own objectives as a department, but most importantly as government as well. So I've decided that let's look very briefly on municipal land and IBT opportunities. And here I've decided to look at blocked projects. In the Free State, the minister has also referred to those. At national level, in the Free State, we are told that there are about 228 such blocked projects, and about 8,000 potential beneficiaries prejudiced as a result of those blocked projects. And at national level, we've got 1.9 million, as the minister presented here, we heard. And the amount involved, she said, was just over 300 billion. In our case, it's just about 2 billion rand, could be more. Maybe that amount could be brought down with the advent of innovative building technologies as far as cost effectiveness, speed, and all other related issues. So there being 23 municipalities in the Free State, 18 of them, of course, will be local municipalities and 1 metro, and that is the metro in which we are today, and the rest, of course, are district municipalities. So I've already referred to how much is involved insofar as block projects are concerned. And we believe that IBT, or Innovative Building Technology or technologies, could play a critical role in unlocking or unblocking those projects. Could the cost be much lower if IBT intervenes? Maybe, maybe not. But what is undeniable is that cost effectiveness, environmental friendliness, and will in the end pay off, and so will scalability of projects from the point of view of speed, as a result of some of these technologies. We've heard about the 3D printing of houses, but of course there are different other ways and means of doing this, especially with the view to ensuring that communities get involved and that there are employment opportunities for people there and that they are able to acquire some skills. So these obviously would arise from these fit-for-purpose technologies. Now, on land, because this is what we are told we must talk about. As I said, human settlements doesn't own land, but municipalities do. So we are of the view that municipalities must be assisted by human settlements with the approval of their building plans, etc., and that municipalities too must be helped with the development of their land use schemes arising from the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, SPLUMA, as it is popularly known. So these interventions, we believe, must find expression in the multi-layered and complex animal that is the district development model, right? IGR by a new name, district development model. So stated as such, we stated as such because the one plan model of the DDM can greatly enhance the prospects of the rollout plan of the IBT and trigger greater economic participation by communities. So the next thing that we think human settlements must do, together with departments that work with human settlements, and we are fortunate in that we have one political principal whose responsibility it is to ensure that both human settlements and the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, which department, the last one that I've mentioned, exercises oversight over municipalities. And you will have heard how much the Auditor General berated premiers, MECs, etc. Now, these two departments are symbiotic in their support to municipalities. So the latter, that is COCTA, must pave way for the delivery of quality housing. Sorry, was quite, I should have edited that line. Facilitate the delivery of quality housing underpinned by habitable and sustainable human habitats. So municipalities, COCTA, and HS must cooperate instead of competing. And I think one of the speakers made reference to the need to collaborate in order to identify these pools of funds, wherever they may be, within government, within the private sector. And I think, as I've mentioned, COCTA and HS must indeed do so together with municipalities. That includes a collaborative effort in combating land grabs and an unproductive use of land. And I mentioned the two deliberately because when the MEC was speaking here, he made reference to the case of one Sme Thokozile Mbele, who was arrested and charged with trespassing and occupying land illegally in one of our municipalities. And I think correctly so, the MEC used that example to say the IBTs must intervene so that the likes of Mbele should not have to go through this because the IBTs would have accelerated delivery of houses and presumably our own HSS, which is responsible for keeping supposedly a reliable and accurate data of beneficiaries, must itself be intact, so that as and when houses are delivered in municipalities, obviously with the different grants, etc., we all know about the MIGs and so forth, Human Settlements Development Grant, the Informal Settlements Upgrade Program, and a whole range of them. All of these indeed should be used to do that. So this will lead to a shared vision. And when I talk about a shared vision, those that know about that professor of engineering at MIT, Peter Senge, will know that this is one of the things, the areas that he's quite passionate about, system thinking and all of that, shared vision that is underpinned by the ideals of social and economic development, as well as sustainable delivery of services as per the constitution of our country. And as we all know, this is found in section 152 under the objects of local government. So the crafters, the architects of our constitution, I think were so prescient as to know that there would be these types of technologies which would be in place, and therefore that particular prescript of our constitution at section 152 clearly talks about social and economic development, but most importantly, sustainable delivery of services. So you've got bodies like MECLOGA, which is basically a forum where the MEC meets together with speakers, mayors, etc., and we have a mirror reflection of same, this time by the Premier, the Premier's coordinating forum. So these platforms are will be ideal to reinforce correct mental models and paradigms to pursue this shared vision of local economic stimulation through IBTs we submit. And so public participation, this being the last part, we thought that if we focus on public participation as a means to leverage IBT and engineer wider acceptance, right? The minister spoke about the difficulty of people embracing something new, right? Some resistance to change. Well, we've been living in housing units that are made of mortar and brick, and and all of those things, right? So people may not be trusting of such. So we have, obviously, somebody said yesterday, if it is sustainable, it must be what? If it is, it must be realistic. Okay, so it must be realistic. So they said so, right? Okay, so that turns out, and I just want to digress a bit, you know, the segmentation of our population in terms of public opinion by the Government Communication and Information Services. 27.8 million people thereabout are said to be rooted realists. So realism, okay, that seems to be the key thing here. If it's sustainable, then it must be realistic. Okay, so we are saying that to enable communities, and I've used that, / consumers, to accept and embrace these technologies, we need a multidisciplinary and multi-sectoral approach. We need synergies. We need collaborative efforts. And once this happens, land will be availed productively to ensure sustainable livelihoods. So that your Mafube, Mokhaka, Machabeng, Mangaung, whatever other municipality is not each one of them doing their own thing. Yes, they have to be cognizant of the unique characteristics of the communities that they serve, but overall there must be those commonalities which are shared between those municipalities and others that neighbor them from the point of view, again, of sustainable development. Our minister in June went with other people elsewhere, other provinces, to the World Urban Forum. And I think it's also one of the things, if I may digress a bit, Program Director, I'm about to conclude. One of the reports, this obviously being a summit or a forum of the United Nations, which was held out in Katowice. I almost went HOD as Human Settlements, but of course didn't go. So once this happens, land will be availed and of course will be put to productive use and ensure sustainable livelihoods. So this plausibly, and I use this advisedly, this plausibly should guarantee the circular flow of money in local economies, appreciate the nexus of demand and supply, right? So, of course, as we know, that creates a market in driving this generation of demand in communities. And I say deliberately there among consumers, because communities are not necessarily consumers. Consumers are consumers of services, products, etc. So as we conclude, Program Director, we are saying it bears repeating that HS, collaborating with COGTA and municipalities, can, with accurate and reliable data sets, create favorable conditions for the IBT products, systems, and processes to be scaled up. Thus, based on the current body of opinion among South Africans, unemployment, poverty / destitution, inequality and corruption, it's the last one, just in terms of public opinion, not that it is less important, but the preeminent ones are those: unemployment, poverty / destitution, inequality, weigh heavily on their minds. So every time Stats SA will tell us, well, the following sectors of the economy have performed, and this one has not performed well, etc., etc. Those that know something about the bosses or the stock markets, etc., will talk about this being bullish, bearish, etc. But I'm not there. This means that IBTs can be leveraged to contribute to the general happiness of citizens. Because if we build proper human settlements where most of the things that are on display out there are available and can be put to proper use to ensure the dignity of people, among them sanitation and reliability of water, supply of water, etc. And somebody put up a thing there and said, you know, if it's a habitat, if a house is habitable, that is, it's got to have the following characteristics. I think it's Lhblc. So the minister has thrown down the gauntlet and dared the Free State to take the lead in rolling out the IBT. So the way to begin is to begin. So let us begin. Let us recall that our individual and collective integrity here will be measured by the degree to which we perseverate. That big word, we perseverate and follow through all these pledges long after the shouts and plaudits of our audience, right? I know I've disappointed you. Somebody would probably thought, I would use doodly or some infographics, but I was thrown under the bus, so I had to put something quickly, but it had to be structured. I hope I haven't disappointed you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cidb. No, you remain here. Can I please ask that Mandisa Boy please kindly join us on stage as you facilitate the Q&A session? Mandisa is the chairperson of Trade and Investment. Either side. Please welcome. And by show of hands, can you just indicate if you have a question? I'm going to take maximum 5 questions so that we can move on in our program.
Yes, good afternoon, or are we still in the morning? Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Mandisa Boy. I'm here, wearing a hat of BRICS WBA. I'm a chairperson of the Working Group of Trade and Investment. I'm supposed to facilitate, but Mr. Cidb is the only one who spoke. So we're just going to, I just want us to ponder on what has been happening for the past 2 days, 48 hours of our time when we're sitting here. I'm looking at everybody who's here. We are professionals. We are business people, so on average, I was just calculating when I was sitting at the back, I'm a number person, that we have spent almost 16 hours of our time in this room. What does it mean in terms of money? It means on average, I know if we have to ask each one of you to charge us, it will be a lot. I'm just working on an average of 500. All of us in this room for the past 2 days, which is 150 people times 2 days, goes to about 2.8 million. Basically, you are sitting here spending 2.8 million in the past 2 days. What does it mean when you're sitting here? What are you absorbing, or what are you here for? We should ask ourselves, why are we here? As I'm saying, we spend almost, I'm not calculating the time you spend, the air tickets, accommodation, I'm not calculating that. If I do that, it will go even higher. So I just want us to be attentive in this session, because you know that you've put your money on it. You've put your time on it. You've sat here and you really process for the past 2 days. But it mustn't just be any session where we just for conferences, we meet each other, we take photos, we go back home. It doesn't make a difference to ourselves, and it doesn't make a difference to the community and the business that we say that we are representing. I was listening to Utata Atetanga landowners. I just want to do a slide just for us as I'm talking and we are receiving questions. We just ponder in our heads, what are we doing? And I always say, for change to happen, people must gather. Can we look at this gathering as a moment of change for what we are looking to achieve as a community? Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just need to make a quick announcement. Okay. It's very urgent. Ladies and gentlemen, remember I made a request earlier to say that if you have booked here, can you kindly please go and check out? Now they're putting you under the spot. They gave me a list of your names. So, Tiani Goveni, may you please check out. Sonny, may you please check out. Tami Sitole, may you please check out. Jack Mokwena, may you please check out. Lebohang Machefu, may you please check out. It's starting to cause an inconvenience, so we just want to sort that out. So thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much, sis. Okay, thank you so much. I just have to, apparently, there's a slide that I've put up there. As I say, I belong to BRICS. I just want us to ponder on something that I think we all know, but just to repeat it and then ponder on it and see, and maybe it will. I know we are all stirred up, that's why we are here, but it will further stay us. The first slide, this is a population of South Africa as it's sitting at the moment. 76% is us as blacks. And then we look, the other people, the other ones is a difference. I mean, the white people are 9.1%. I just want us to go to another slide again. If they can take me to another slide. Okay, maybe I just, what do I have to do here? How do I move the slides here? This is a table that was made by the land audit. It's a land audit that was done by our Ministry of Land in 2017 to see where land is sitting. 72% of our land is sitting in the hands of the white people. And this is not a political session that I'm in. I just want to put up facts that are out there. We are 76% as black people, population, and the land ownership, 72% of the land of this country is sitting in the hand of the white people. Just go down, just as we ponder and answer questions. This one is inequality as it's sitting. I mean, just look at the slide for yourself and look at what is a segmentation of the land in this country. Okay, the other one. This is how it looks in some of the cities or provinces in this country, where I believe is one municipality there, but you can see the economic divide that is sitting there. I mean, we all know what that means. I mean, we all know what other ills that situation costs in our communities, the social impact it has on us and all that. So I just want us, as we answer questions and also asking questions to each other. Mr. Cidb, I don't know if you're going to be the only one answering, but if there's anyone who's asking questions based on the 2 days, maybe the other officials that are here can assist in answering it instead of putting all the effort on one person. But I just want us to ponder as we're sitting here that what change do we want to see in our country? What kind of change do we want to see? And I believe we're sitting here as officials. I was listening to the speeches, the most amazing speeches, and the facts that are sitting there, the funding that is available. What is wrong? Why are we not integrating all these things so that they can work? They can work for our economy. They can work for our people. They can really work. Because all this that are sitting there, it says one thing to me. The policies are in place. The funding structures are there. So we just need to ask ourselves as we're sitting here, why is this not working? And what are we going to do from here onwards as different organizations? And how do we integrate and collaborate with each other so that we can make sure that we don't come here next year, we still speak the same thing. We must come here next year and say, we made some effort, and this is where we are. We are making a difference there. All these technologies that we spoke about, they're beautiful, they're nice, but they must sit on some kind of land that also is in dignity or dignifies our people. And that is a process that we need to talk about right now and ask questions. So I just want questions. I'm not limiting them to land. I'm saying, because it looks like we're the last session, so let's take advantage of that. So any questions that are on the floor? Can anybody raise up their hands and then we give you the mic? Where's the other mic? There's only one mic. There's another. Okay, there's someone who can roll over here. Give her. Where's Babalwa? Babalwa, come with the mic just to move to people who are asking questions. Any questions? I'm not seeing any hand. Is there any hand? Okay.
Thank you very much for opportunity for it. Can I ask, because I've seen people being thrown under the bus here, can somebody from municipality be thrown under the bus? Because I've come to realize, and other speakers have alluded, that without land, whatever we are here for is not possible. Now, Ntate made it clear that he's not from municipality and he cannot speak much on he cannot explain much on the land issues. Now, can somebody from municipality stand up and tell us what is it that they're intending to do to see to that this whole initiative becomes a success?
Okay,
Thank you very much.
who can answer that? Who can give a response to that question? I assume the people in the front. Can you answer on that? There is a mic. Babala, give Tata a mic.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everybody in this house. The challenge is that the officials at the municipality, when the time to come and buy the land from the private sectors, they don't do that. You instruct that because the municipality, like for instance in the Nala municipality, there is no land at all around that thing. So there's no place whereby you can develop your own people because you don't have the land.
True,
we need assistance from the government above so that we can buy the land around for our own people, so that our people can have place to stay, our people can have place to build some industries and everything. That is the problem. The land is not around there. The reason why, I don't want to venture in something like that. I don't want to talk about because maybe it's going to be a political thing. But the land has been taken away around where people are living. Thank you very much.
Okay, Utata has given a comment. I call it a comment because he's also frustrated with the issues of the land. But these are notes that we should take and say, okay, how do we move on from this kind of things? Okay, any other question or comment? Okay, Dad.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. My question is basically on to the NHVRC and the CIDB. So basically, in terms of the company registration, I think it would be appropriate for the company registration to have some sort of a minimum qualification for you to register for a company, because we can see that in this case we have economic crisis, and that funds that are being used or utilized in terms of the trainings can go elsewhere where can they be productive. And in terms of the company state, the construction status, we have high incompetence in the construction sector that can be eliminated by the form of qualifications, because we have a lot of qualified individuals that are there in our location. So basically that can be kind of utilized. I just want to hear their take on this matter. Thank you very much.
Okay, the issue of registration, that can be Mino who can answer that. And then also the issue of the grading. There was a lady from CIDB. I think they can assist us with that. On the registration of companies, I believe that is CIPRO. They're not in this room. Can anybody just answer that?
Okay, we will respond.
From the government?
NHVRC will respond first and CIDB later.
Okay.
When it comes to the issue of the criterion that we use for our registration process, is all determined in an act. But there has been proposals and inputs for the NHVRC to consider, like the gentleman is saying, reviewing its criterion. But at the same time, we need to be careful that we don't disadvantage people by making those requirements too rigid. But currently, the ad hoc committee on Human Settlements Portfolio Committee is doing a consultation process throughout the country to take inputs, because our act is currently under repealing and under revision. So we'll take some of the inputs here, and obviously we'll incorporate them when we report back to say this is the feeling of the people in terms of how to control the market and ensure that the people that are allowed to participate in the home building industry are competitive and reliable. So we've noted that. But currently, the Housing Consumer Protection Measures Act, Section 10A, the only requirements that it requires is that you should be financially sound and obviously you should have minimum understanding of minimum standard of technical requirements on how to build a house. That is where we are coming from right now, from a legislation point of view. Thank you. And maybe CIDB will take it in terms of, they need you to clarify the grading system. The upward movement, the grading seems like it was not clear.
There's a hand here. I see another hand there. Okay, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. I didn't get the question clearly. Is it on upgrading or can...
The question they're asking, is it on upgrading? The question that you ask on grading of companies, is it on upgrading, or the lady's asking there at the back? Is it on upgrading? Yes, it's on upgrading.
Okay. As I was saying on my presentation, that when you upgrade to grade 2, it's that criteria or the requirements, they're very simple for grade 2 to grade 4, because for grade 2, we'll only require you to give us the appointment letter from the client who appointed you. If you are appointed by the main contractor, you will bring us a subcontracting agreement on the letterhead of that main contractor. But if you are appointed by the client department, or rather the municipality or whoever state organ, we will want that on the appointment, on the letterhead of the department. And it's very important to give us the completion letter, because we want to see that whatever you were doing, you completed it, because we don't want to upgrade you on projects that were not finished. And then from grade 3 to 9, that's where now we require the financial statements. The reason why we require the financial statements is because we want to see your capability and your capacity in terms of project completion, because now if you don't have enough finances, because remember we are having this big issue of non-payment or late payments by clients. So we want to see that if you are appointed as a contractor to execute a certain project, and then the clients delay in terms of payments, will you be able to continue? Because we don't want to see projects that are not completed because you are depending on the finance from the client, as if you are now living from hand to mouth. So the financial statements inform us in terms of your business equity, that should your business run out of money, are you in good standing in terms of completing the project further? That's why we want to see whether, as a business, you are you a sustainable business or not. Hence, we request the financial statements. That's part of our criteria. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for your answer. However, I just want to make a comment on that one. I think we're looking at more transformation approaches that are going to assist our people. I think we already know the problem. We already know where our people are coming from when they come to start their construction companies. They're coming from zero. So basically we need to have an approach that is, I'm not in construction in any way, but I work around people who are in construction. We can have an approach that can be able to assist them in terms of growing into these levels. Because as you were talking, the levels as we're talking, the highest levels are occupied by the same numbers that I'm putting up here. So the question that we should be asking ourselves right now, how are we transforming? How do we put up innovation or transforming or be disruptive? You know, my chairperson yesterday was talking about disruption, but a positive one. How do we become disruptive in such a way that we can be able to accommodate and grow these construction companies that are coming up? We know the challenges. I mean, they've been happening for the past 28 years. So we're saying, can we now look at a better way of doing it instead of always being trying to catch up in a system that was created before us? Okay, can somebody just... There's a hand that I saw. Okay, Papa, the mic. You also have a question? Okay, let me take him, and then there's another lady to to other people that I saw there. I
Okay.
don't know how much time we have for question. You can be able to advise us. Yeah, if what, yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. My question is one. I'm a little bit worried about what's happening and the response of the government. And obviously, we have to acknowledge the Department of Human Settlement in terms of responding to the call for social housing and everything. But now my worry, earlier Anga from SA, he mentioned something like their plans come with maintenance plan. There are buildings that the human settlement has provided, but they are not maintained. They are vandalized now, and again, they are being exposed. No one wants to stay there anymore. Is the government really ready to adopt the ABT, and who's going to maintain the buildings? Because now we are talking about millions of rands of money. Is the government really prepared to take ownership and maintaining the buildings as well? Thank you.
Okay. Who can respond from Human Settlement or from any other department that can respond to the vandalization, the maintenance or protecting the buildings that are there and keeping them upgraded? Who can respond to that? Anyone from Human Settlement? Can you respond to that?
Okay, well, there obviously will be buildings, some are owned by public works, mostly by municipalities, etc. Look, our approach, and this is a matter that the MEC basically expressed grave concern about some 2 or 3 weeks ago when he met with people from the Intelligence Coordinating Committee with regards generally to issues that militate against service delivery. And this would be anything from unplanned protests related to service delivery and so forth, but also the destruction and vandalization of infrastructure and so forth. So it is quite obvious that both human settlements and municipalities and whatever other government departments that own land, including buildings, immovable property, have to have a common strategy in protecting those, because you will find, for example, that just by way of example, building X is owned by a municipality, and members of the community there see people taking scrap metals and whatever from it, etc. And when they report that to the police will say the municipality must be the one that comes and lays a charge because the building belongs to the municipality. And the same logic would apply, obviously, to whatever other buildings that are owned by municipalities or public works. But I referred in my presentation to land grabs and so forth. That obviously requires a coordinated strategy, because in the absence of such a strategy, it therefore goes without saying that whatever interventions with regards to the building of houses, if say maybe you have 100 hectares of land, or maybe slightly lower than that, occupied by people illegally, you know that there is law that would say, okay, you'll have to find an alternative for people who have occupied that land. You may be lucky if that land has already, being developed, or there are some bulk services there available, and the municipality is intent on developing that land, or perhaps placing people there, such as it happened some weeks ago in Masilonyana, where people went and occupied land. So there are no easy answers. I referred earlier again, just to conclude, to the district development model. I know it's one very complex animal with regards to implementation, etc., because it requires different spheres of government, national, provincial, and local. And you have to therefore apply system thinking when it comes to ensuring that all these other
important issues such as the one that you are mentioning are indeed grappled with, and that we can problem solve and be able to make some headway. I hope I haven't waffled and that I've answered you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're only going to allow 3 more questions, and then we can close the session. The 3 hands that are up now.
Thank you. My question is based around the proliferation of skills to the youth within these environments where we want to give them more sustainable housing. My question is to the municipalities, in that, is the municipality or municipalities ready to give skilling to the people living in the environment, that they may be able to upgrade their own environment indefinitely? And then my second question, I know I'm cheating, is when it comes to the procurement of land, is the municipality or is government ready to be able to finally integrate engineers and urban planners into the planning of this land and indefinitely making it better for the greater future? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. There's a hand there to answer. The procurement of land by the government, and the government is willing to have an integrated approach in developing that land. That's basically that. Who's going to answer that? HDA, can they answer that? What is the approach of government in terms of or their status in terms of procuring land? Procuring land? Yes.
Of the government? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marina Tumagote. I do want to declare I am on the board of HDA. I'm the deputy chairperson of HDA. So I am not operational, so my answers to you will be limited. But basically, HDA, our mandate is to acquire land.
Okay.
Right? And we develop land and we make it ready. And we can also dispose that land for human settlement purposes. So the disposal thereof can either mean, if we're partnering with a municipality or a province, then it would then be they put top structures to that. The land can be released for rapid land release. What that means is that in some instances, the government doesn't give you top structures, but it would mean the people who are supposed to be getting houses, they get given that piece of land, then they can develop that land for themselves. So that is the rapid land release issue. But HDA acquires land for human settlement purposes. One of our mandates as well is that when government departments want to be releasing land, we have the first right of refusal. So we can buy that land for human settlement purposes as well. So, and our mandate as well, our primary mandate, is to be a public sector developer. So in addition to also helping municipalities and other human settlement departments with project management and all of those, we also have a mandate to be a developer and to develop our own projects where we can then also then decide what happens, and we put on top structures and services and all of those.
Okay, thank you so much,
Have I
Marina.
answered you adequately?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much, Marina. 2 more questions? Where is my?
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity that you have provided for us, MEC. I just have a question regarding production and manufacturing. I hear we are talking about innovation. When we talk of innovation, my thought process is telling me about intellectual property of skills, products, and services that will be provided to the communities and being effective in the economy. Now, I see the focus is on construction or contractors, but now there is a gap where there is a demand for manufacturing products. Where I'm getting at is that what percentage or what gap is there that the BRICS Women Association can play a role in assisting women, the youth, and the community at large, and other upcoming businesswomen or any kind of business person? What kind of assistance can you assist? Because more often we are consumers as South Africans. We don't produce. So we need more assistance in producing and in manufacturing, because go around in every town, every province, there is a large number of factories that are out there. So the focus I see, it's only on contractors, but what about those who can take part in the supply chain of producing the raw materials so that we can be effective in the export industries, so that we can bring more money into the country and be owners, just like other countries like Nigeria, as they are producers more than consumers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. That was a very good question. To BRICS WPA, I've got my chairperson there, and then the lady who just spoke, Marina, also leading the industrialization working group. Can they answer on that one?
I didn't understand the question. I'm sorry. Who was asking the question?
The question is mainly on the value chain. What gap, instead of us only talking about the construction, can we also talk about the producing, the value chain, the entire value chain is actually what you were talking about yesterday when you were presenting. Just summarize it for them. I don't know if they were in the meeting.
Okay, so the whole point of the IBT construction biz hub, it is exactly that, construction biz. The biz part is business. And when we say business, to avoid a scenario of what has happened in the last 28 years, we've changed approach. And that approach says, when you say value chain, you are talking the construction ecosystem in its entirety. So that the person who is a contractor right now, by virtue that they do not have much of a choice, but they want to earn an income, but only to find, sorry, I've got a runny nose, but only to find that they're actually quite good at manufacturing something. Could be window frames, could be doors, could be, but we do not know what is the value chain of the IBT system. However many systems we're going to train contractors on, the only condition for each and every IBT practitioner who is going to participate and give out training, the one condition is that A, it is the licensing of the contractors at the end of the training, number one. But number two, second condition is the value chain training. Each person that gets trained out of this hub must have the full value chain and understand from start to finish, so that yourselves as young people begin to identify opportunities throughout the life cycle. Right. Oh, there is a follow-up question.
Okay.
In the trade market, how good are we? Where do we stand as South Africa, and where do we need to increase? Because I'm thinking we need to cross borders so that we can generate more for the economy. That we need to be in a competitive, to be robust, we need to be competitive. So that gap, how good are we being taking that role? How good are we?
So just like a child, when they're born, they crawl first before they start walking. What we spoke about yesterday was to use domestic markets, particularly domestic public sector markets, because they are pro-development, for us as SMMEs to learn and grow. So when a medium-sized organization grows, they become a large corporation. And when they are a large corporation, they actually have the opportunity to now start trading in your global economic highways. Right now, the country's economy is where it is at, largely because, which is good. I mean, large corporations, your multinationals have done exceptionally well to get South Africa's presence and economic growth at those global economic spaces. Yeah. However, for us to grow that beyond, we need to start growing a pool, and that pool is coming from the SMMEs. So he or she that is an M right now, go through training, whether it's in agriculture, construction, it really doesn't matter, but it's using domestic markets. So the kind of training that we've taken an approach on as WBA is exactly that. It's an export-oriented capacity building. Because today we've got things such as, we are part of many multilateral organizations, and AFTA is one of those, right? Now, by virtue that we are part of that, it gives us access to the free trade route. But you can't just get up and participate in that. There's diplomacy issues that you must know. There's market requirements, quality standards, packaging, this, that. So that whole part is part of the training. But the whole point is we are trying to change the approach, an approach that says instead of training for the purposes of fighting for a domestic space whose industries are not our own, let us train, let us develop capacity to participate in the export space, grow out there and come back and be disruptive in here. It's really as simple as that.
Okay, thank you so much. One more question and we are done. Are we done? Okay, looks like we're done. Okay, there is one question here. One last question here. We had said 3, so that's the last one.
Thank you. It's actually not a question, rather it's more of a comment. Okay. In terms of just sort of a request that when we get to implementing what we have been sort of
the mic
point, okay. Something that we've been discussing here. So when we actually go into implementing what has been discussed here, that can our government not leave professionals that are working in academia out? Because in terms of what is lacking from what I've picked up is that there's a lot of skills that are still required within construction. And if we're also included during such processes, then we can also make sure that what we teach or what we include in our curriculum is also aligned with what the industry is looking for, so that when our students actually graduate, they don't struggle to find employment as well. Because we sit with a lot of students that complete their construction degrees, but you find that they spend a lot of time at home waiting for employment or even work integrated opportunities, because what we include in our curriculum is not aligned with the trainings that all these other institutions are actually implementing in their own capacity. So I think there's also sort of a challenge in terms of all the institutions that have been presenting are all working in silos, but there isn't sort of a place where we can all come together to say, can we take what we include in our curriculum, what is needed in each and every phase, and put it together and sort of work together to make sure that we can also attempt to sort of decrease or reduce the high unemployment rates, especially amongst youth within the country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm just going to wrap up on my side. I think as we talk about, Notata was talking about the coordinated strategy. That is what it takes us back to, that we need to look at how we coordinate each other, we collaborate, we ensure that we work together. I believe after lunch we're going to network and make sure that we do exactly that, and then also form intended approaches. Be intentional about what we want to achieve as business people, as government and any other person who's here who's supporting this approach that we've decided to get into, to come together and be able to work. I know at BWA, at BRICS WBA, we are really working together with all the necessary stakeholders to make sure that we eat on this elephant, little by little. And I believe that with the approach that we've decided to adopt, this elephant will be eaten very well and be finished. So, but we cannot do it alone. We just have to work together with everybody else. And also, I was listening yesterday with a lady from Bolivia. We can also borrow, instead of borrow some ideas that we also getting from other people and be able to work together. But thank you so much. It has been a beautiful 2 days, which was thought-provoking to me, and I hope to everybody else. And let's go out there and make sure that next year we talk something different. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. I don't know about you, but I'm very satisfied with the rate at which the second part has been moving. I think we've made great progress because we're actually almost nearing the end of our program. And if you were here, yesterday, you'd understand what I mean when I say the last two speakers. It means that I have one that holds the key to the door and one that holds the key to the battle. And after that, it's lunchtime. So the two last speakers that I'm going to invite, I'll ask them to come individually on stage. So the first one is from, the spelling's making me nervous, the pronunciation rather. The next speaker is from Kumaka, Marketing and Trade, and the presentation will be done by Kay Kutwa. Thank you. And just to emphasize on that, because we're supposed to have lunch by 2:00, it's been requested from the higher powers that you please stick to the time limit of 10 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam. Good afternoon and protocol observed. I was asked just to make a short presentation about my company. I think we are two. The reason is that this company has products that is in every household. Therefore, I have to make this presentation. My company, it's a PVC manufacturing company, meaning it manufacture what you call piping, garlic reed, and rooting eye. We have also, I think there's a lot of innovation products. We also had what you call a automatic universal toilet. Hence I'm saying that is that in every household that you go, we have those products as those products. So I just want to point out to you, those are the garlic that you know that we are opening. This is a new garlics that we have. The other thing is that these garlics, as you see, they use specialized tools that you lock the garlic reed, the drain. Basically, what people know is that these things are called drains, but we are called what you call garlic reed and rooting eye. So these are the products that we manufacture. Once I was asked to do this presentation, can I go just quickly to the what you call the universal toilet? Yeah, this is a toilet seat. It's an innovative. I think every toilet that you have, in every household, the toilet can be converted into a self-flush toilet. It's just to basically we just use the toilet seat, the seat that we use. and it's reversible. Remember, if you don't want this self-flush toilet, we can still, without removing the toilet and the system, we can just put those old fittings back to the original toilet. I was asked to do a very short presentation. I think that's it. I'm not going to go through the manufacturing sector. I heard a lady was asking about the manufacturing sector, which is very difficult because you compete with big companies like Mali, and those companies have green projects with government, so it's very difficult for a small company to compete in those sectors. In the manufacturing sector, there's a lot of things about within the manufacturing sector. Sometimes maybe there will be discussion around it, but basically that's what I do. I was asking the office of the MEC to utilize these fittings for the RDP houses. I was also given a request by the mixed housing here in Bloemfontein to supply those fittings, but due to other factors we couldn't because of the political environment was bad and the sector is not conducive. So, but that's basically what I do. I think that's the brief part that I have to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. K. Can you hear me? Am I that hungry that I can't hear myself anymore? There was a request that was made that during lunch, it's not just lunch and then networking after. I was asked that the important people or the panelists, so if you know that you have valuable information to share or you know that there'll be people looking for you maybe to get information on certain things, please do not leave when it's lunchtime so that we'll all get to network over lunch, okay? So the last speaker for today, may we please welcome Mr. Trevor Gopo from LWI Wastewater.
Thank you. I'm sure everybody is tired, and I'm going to keep it short and interesting. My name is Trevor Gopo, and I'm the founder and managing director of LWI. We've looked at, in fact, everything we've heard in the last 2 days converges to this point. The biggest problem we have right now, I think everybody would imagine, is electricity, because we feel it. But the bigger problem that is coming even sooner than you expect is sewer and wastewater. I was going to present this in a little more detail, but I'm going to jump all of this, which you see where the challenges are with wastewater, with municipalities, why we've got so much sewer flowing on the streets. Our children are playing in slurry, basically. And it's sad because the children in the informal settlements develop this resilience, which I can't imagine. If you can take a child from Sandton and let them play in that water for a day, you're going to have them in ICU, right? The question is, do we really need to stretch the limits of human endurance? The problem is caused, first of all, by limited budgets for infrastructure, and we've got shortage of requisite engineering skills. We've got, well, infrastructure, wastewater infrastructure is extremely expensive, and I can imagine maybe 90% of people in this hall right now are wondering, yeah, sure, but what is it? Because you don't know what happens after you flush the toilet, right? You take a shower. All of us here, interact with a sewage plant at least 5 times a day. When you wake up in the morning, before you say good morning to your loved one, you get out of bed, you go and use the toilet. But your thinking ends when the flushing happens. Well, sometimes you get those stubborn ones that stay and then you flush and then you flush and then you flush again and then eventually it's gone and you think, okay, your day goes on. But what happens after that? What happens after that is our business. It has taken me 20 years to develop this business. And we started, in very simple terms, by looking at a problem that was in the horizon. We are not there yet. We hear about the Val Dam being contaminated. We see the sewage starting to flow on the streets. We are not there yet. The problem is going to get a lot worse. So my prime directive when I started this company was very simple. When the crisis hits, we must be able to build a sewage plant for a city in 6 months. A conventional sewage plant takes 3 years to build, from design to commissioning. We can build a sewer plant in 6 months, from design to commissioning. The second thing, and you don't worry, I'm ignoring this because I want to just jump to the crux of it because I know everybody is tired. We are familiar with what you see there, which is chemical toilets. This is an abomination. What you have is, and we say it's a solution, and they are even communal. So you've got an informal settlement, and you've got 4 or 5 households sharing a toilet. This is what we are giving our people right now. What's worse, that toilet at the corner of the street doesn't even use water, it doesn't flush. And then in the afternoon or in the morning, somebody comes in and cleans that toilet. What happens to an old lady if she has a call of nature in the middle of the night? Must she walk out of the house and go to the street corner and come back? It just doesn't make sense. But these are the solutions we are giving right now. So, picture trends, we are contaminating groundwater. With the chemical toilets, well, we are using basically non-flush toilets, or we've got even bucket systems. This is the ultimate insult to the dignity of our people. For whatever reason, if you have to wake up in the middle of the night and carry a bucket to flush the toilet, we are going back in time. Now, given all of this background, what if I could tell you that we could build and implement sewage systems cheaper than what we are currently spending on the same chemical toilets? Now, what I'm saying is not fantasy. It is something that we have developed and implemented repetitively over the past 20 years. And we've done it not only in South Africa, we've done it across Africa. We have actually exported our innovation even to parts of Europe. Now, I think I've dealt with that intro very quickly. I'm going to show you a very simple cycle. We are looking at, stay there, okay. We are looking at water, because water has got 2 elements. So it's the water that comes into the household, that's potable water. Once you've used that, you flush the toilet, it goes away. And that one that goes away is the demon we're trying to deal with. But the question is, if anyone, and I'm sure there are a few people here from municipalities, and I say, what's the best revenue source for any sustainable municipality? I don't know, maybe it's tariffs, electricity, and then what is the biggest demon you're facing? Well, they'll tell you it's wastewater. What if I tell you right now that the future is only for municipalities that generate more revenue from sewer than they generate from electricity and from the tariff, the normal rates and taxes? Here's how you do it. You do it by, you see that house there in the dark blue is a normal household where your normal potable water comes in. That water is used, it goes out, and that's where the problem is, because we don't know where to send it. We see it out in the fields, wherever, anywhere, where the lowest point, you find it there. And yet, water, remember, is not like bread. If I put a loaf of bread in front of you right now and I say, eat, after 5 minutes, where's the bread? It's gone. Water doesn't go. It just changes. It's not even its form. All we do is we make it dirty. So all we need to do is to clean it, because it moves from A to B, and if we take that water from the household and we treat it, we don't need to throw it away. We can reuse it immediately. And our solution for informal settlements, or any settlement for that matter, is we have the capability to treat that water immediately on location to the quality of the water that's right in front of you. That is done, like I said, cheaper than any piece of solution we have currently on the ground. And I will prove it to you. Let's quickly go to the numbers, because what you have there is just a process. I don't know how big it is, but the red line, the blue line is the water coming in to the household. And I want you to imagine, in this case, an informal settlement, okay? Currently, we are putting some toilets at the corner, so 4, 3, I don't know, whatever number of houses can share. And all we're saying is we're going to put a flushing toilet in every informal settlement. It doesn't matter where it is. It doesn't matter the socioeconomic conditions. Flushing toilets for everybody. So all of those toilet seats there represents the houses along the street. At the end of the street, again, remember, in the context of an informal settlement, is a wastewater treatment plant there, which treats the wastewater, and then embedded in it is a water treatment plant, which then brings that water back to flushing quality. That water goes back into a reservoir, and it comes and flushes the toilet again. All it means is you will have water that is going in a closed circuit, and whatever happens, even if the water utility cannot give us water, the toilets continue to flush. That's how you deal with a sanitation problem. You don't deal with a sanitation problem by putting in a non-flush toilet. I've heard of toilets that can flush solutions currently on the market where you can flush a toilet with 2 liters of water. That's not possible. Because the scenario I gave you of that stubborn one, it's a single flush of 9 to 12 liters. If 9 to 12 liters is not going to do it, 2 liters is not going to do it. Let's be practical. Let's be realistic. I think you've used the word realistic. Let's be realistic. Let's face the demon and deal with it. It's very simple. A single flush of the toilet, we'll do numbers now. A single flush of a toilet is between 9 and 12 liters, okay? Now, the global standard is that every person is allocated 80 liters per person per day. So when your engineers are designing a sewerage plant, they look at the number of households, they multiply by 4, which is the average number of people in a household, they multiply that by 80, and you get the demand of that community. Well, if it's in Sandton, I'll keep using that. Then you take it up to 200 liters per person per day. But now let's work with 80 liters. If we work with 80 liters, can anybody tell me what your doctor recommends that you must drink every day to be healthy? How many liters of water? Thank you, 2 liters. So we're left with 76 liters. And then how much do you think takes the average person to shower? We've got some young engineers in the back there. How many liters? 20 liters. So we allocate 20 liters, okay? And then the next place we need water is the kitchen. How much water does it take to make a meal? Maybe 10 liters. If you use 10 liters to cook a meal, I don't know what you're doing with the water, right? So where is the other 60 liters? It's in the toilet, okay? Because the average person flushes a toilet 4-5 times every day. All it means is simply that you use your allocation, 60% of the water we use is used for flushing the toilet. So we don't have to be creative. And I've seen, they call them gray water systems. They put in a system that captures all the water from the shower and the kitchen. And somebody says, I've got a gray water system, I'm saving water. No. The real water that needs to be saved is the water that is being flushed down the toilet. Number one. Number two, we are using clean, potable water that's in front of you to flush the toilet. 60% of it. Why are we in a water crisis? It's because we are not thinking. Now, here's what I propose. By simply recycling, water flushing, and putting that water back in a closed loop, we are saving 60% of our water demand. So in Machabeng, we've got a problem where, there's a huge bill owing to the water utility. So now industry downstream is now procuring water directly from the water utility, and the municipality is losing its greatest source of revenue. Yet they could buy that water from the water utility, put it in the household, treat it, sell it to the mine, sell it to downstream industry. What they're doing is buying the water once and selling it twice. This is how you make municipalities bankable using the biggest problem that we have at the moment. So I could go on because there's a lot to say, but I know you're all tired. What I'll give you is a bit of context in what we've done. So I'm going to give you one simple case study, and then, okay, you want to play? Okay, I think we're going to just play a small video of what I've seen municipalities or people that don't know what a sewer plant looks like. This is the first plant we built in 2006. I'll just talk you through it. What you see there is the effluent. That clean water is a sewer that we've treated. And on this plant, it's a 5 megaliter a day plant. And you can see that tank there is this thing I was carrying in front, maybe for those at the back. This is really where the innovation comes in. We built this plant in 2006 as a demo. So I've seen many, many companies that come and they give you a desktop demo of what they are trying to demonstrate or show you, and then how it works in theory. This plant was built in 6 months, like I said. We built it, we operated it. In fact, we funded it. So we raised the money to demonstrate our concept, and then we built this sewer plant, and then we ran it for 15 years. And it's a pity that that beautiful, you can see in there, those are the primary zones where the sewer is coming in. You can see it's black in comparison to what you saw at the end. And basically, what you have, and you see all that sludge floating in there. So that's before the water has been treated. And it's a pity that with this plant, unfortunately, we are discharging all of that water, which I'm saying now in phase 2 of our concept, we could have been recycling. Okay, thanks. We can go back to the PowerPoint. That's my signal. Okay. I know if I leave it here, they're not going to forgive you, because the question is, how much does it cost, right? Well, it's simple. I did a case study. We've implemented multiple projects. If you drank some Panado this morning or whatever it is, we have what do you call it? Industrial water treatment plant that is running at Aspen. We built that plant. We're in a totally different space. We have a shopping mall that we've put off-grid. They're the problem. Somebody's got their own house, but they're near the mall. When the water goes, instead of doing your doo-doo in your own house, they run to the mall, whether there's water or not, and then they walk out. So simply putting them all on a closed circuit, the toilets will continue to flush. And you can apply that on any, if it's residential or whatever. If you've had some Simba chips, you know, we've got a system there that is running also on the system. Now, what you see here is an informal settlement. And I will close with this demo. It's a case study. And they are currently spending, you can see in pink there, 6.3 million rand per annum on chemical toilets. So it's not a flushing system. It's a toilet that 5 households or 4 households are sharing, and the scenario I've painted very well. And below that, you see a capex cost of a similar size plant from our company. It's 21.6 million rand, once off. And then, after you've done that, remember, if you're going to recycle that water and you're no longer buying as much water upstream, what are you doing? You're creating value. So we monetize that. And that becomes a saving, and we must put a value on it. So that's your 1.6, and we treat it as revenue. So that's your 1.5 million rand. And then what you see is the 900,000 is what it actually costs to run the plant. And so, as you see on the numbers there, the cost, you're spending 21.6 million. I've taken you through all of that. And this is what it looks like. If you continue using chemical toilets, that red line is what you're doing. And you've got nothing to show for it, because it's not capital spending, it's airtime. You are getting someone to come and suck out the toilet and go. Tomorrow they must come back again. And I ask you as a municipality, where's your money? After 10 years, you've got nothing to show for it. In contrast, the blue line is a physical piece of infrastructure. It's a wastewater treatment plant. It sits on your balance sheet. And after 10 years, after 15 years, after 20 years, you've got a plant that is there. But not only is it working, it is generating revenue. Somebody's. It's almost lunch. I would like to just close by saying, let's think carefully about how we deal with the sewer problem. My company, I'm actually not an engineer by profession. For those young engineers back there, I'm actually a financial accountant by profession. This innovation, it's something that I came up with because I dared to ask the questions, why are we doing it like this? And why are we not doing it differently? And to sum up, we are building sewer plants at 1/3 of the cost of conventional systems, at 1/3 of the time that we need to build them. And they are not only costing us money, they are making us money. Thank you.
So, all good things come to an end, including seeing me on stage. But I've thoroughly enjoyed my last 2 days with everyone here, and I'm sure that you have taken a few notes of what you need to do in your businesses moving forward. Just before I leave, I wanted to just ask you to note that the MEC, the mayor, HOD, chief directors, panelists, and speakers, their food will be served by the reception, but they will be ushered there. And then the delegates, contractors, and all guests, your serving points will be right in this hall to my right and to my left. And another thing that I wanted to say is I basically just wanted to thank you, because I feel like the past 2 days were, you embraced me, you educated me. I started off calling myself an SC, but I elevated and started calling myself a program director. We then went on to, I was given a note there, you know what, to manage time. Instead of interrupting, can you just stand up, walk from the right side of the stage to the left. They'll get a signal that it's time for them to wrap up. Thank you, Mayor Eunice. And then the last one that I was taught, this is also kind of like me throwing myself under the bus. There was a lady that I was talking to early in the morning, and she was like, you know, you're doing a great job. Yesterday was great. So just as a side note, instead of referring to the audience as guys, just rather say ladies and gentlemen, because it's a formal evening. So, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize for that. If that word slipped out today, it's because my audience is usually, you know, my 2000, they're very laid back. And then, so whenever I'm excited, I'm like, guys, you know, this. So I apologize if anyone was offended by that. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear me refer to you as ladies and gentlemen. So because I'm not good at goodbyes, we're going to have the MEC do the closing remarks for us. My grandfather, as he so emphasized this morning, MEC Mxolisi Tukwana. Yes, you are my grandfather.
I saw people moving like this and then trying to run away from that light. Somebody said I'm the one who's holding the key to you going for lunch. And so, until you pay me good, I'll hold you here. Right. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for really staying the course, being here with us. And I've learned, there are people that find it very difficult to stay inside the meetings. I know it's not because they don't want to be here. Sometimes we need to know that our concentration span differs. So I've learned something, that in Bolivia you were able to withstand all this and stay the course. But also me really boatle garanga bua Setswana jwale Setswana se a balega o kenye fela o la re bua Setswana. So ke a leboha ke lebohe ndate speaker rasaka wa tsa ka utlwa politician a re ha re bolella di officials di dire ntho itse ba ba sa yetse o tsebe ho na le mathata o tsebe o tshwantse lo ke ya sekolo hore o bolella motho a etse ntho jwa. You must learn to say to a person, go to hell, and the person must look forward to going to hell. And then you smile, all of you. So there are those who bang the tables, and else it doesn't help. So find a way. I just wanted to thank all the speakers, the presenters who came, shared. One thing that I learned is that they say success is the preserve of the few, or the chosen few. But there's also something that is very important. They say, no, it's not like that. Success is for the few that choose. So if you're here today, yesterday, and you spend the whole time here, and you go out, and after a week you're still the same, that's a choice you have made. You've made a choice to stay stagnant. Remember when I said, when I opened this, I said, let's be misfits. Let's be wild. Let's just and do things differently. But sitting here and hoping that somebody will notice or Hlanya, take, move, go, knock, open doors, and these doors will be open to you. So you don't try once, you don't try twice. You meet people who are difficult. But as a Department of Human Settlement, we felt that we needed to do things differently. We felt that we needed to really be, we know people have gone there, these technologies are all over. But we need to make a difference, especially in empowering women and the young people. We're not talking about us as males, not because we are empowered already, but the emphasis, this is just meant for emphasis. The emphasis is that we need to do everything in a deliberate way to ensure that young people and women get into the mainstream of the economy. And not that males are in the mainstream of economy. They're trying, but we want to do things differently so that we're there. One thing that I can assure you here is that we moving from here as a department, of course, I know I get fired. I invite chances, opportunities for me to be fired. So I've been fired twice as an MEC. So I was fired in 1998, and then I got fired in 2012. So I can be fired tomorrow. But before I get fired, I need to make some difference. We have that lady there. I'll go ahead, ma'am. Hey. Hey. Yeah. Thank you. These are some of the people that I worked with. I worked with in the Department of Distia at the time. And these were brains behind a number of projects that could have changed the face of our province. They were young, dynamic, brilliant, hardworking, creative. I dare say they were daredevils. But there is a problem. I don't know whether it's in our country or in the province of the Free State. We want to stay normal. We want to stay here. We think in our minds, and this is not meant to undermine any person. But of course, we need batho ba baholo ba batho ba rona ba lapile ba batla di food parcels ba batla dikobo. We can do that. But we are not changing anything. You give me a food parcel today. 3 days later, I don't have anything. I must go back and beg. But if we have long terms and we stick to our plans and we do things that change the situation for the better and that change lasts, there will be no need for us to give people food parcels. We bring back their dignity. People stand up and do things for themselves. That's the mentality that all of us must have. As long as the mindset is the same, we have not changed that, we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. We're going to do things the same and hope that there will be change. So far, in the Free State, Rona, we've been running mad from 1994 up until now. Rakula. So we need to change. We can't talk about excellence and remain mediocre. We can't talk about greatness and remain just ordinary. So if we want to change things, we've got to do things differently. So as I said, this was not meant to come here. We have wasted time. But that time should be changed and be an investment. You coming here and spending time with us should be an investment. Next year when we come here, we should be talking about successes. And we should be having at least half of the people that were here telling us stories. This is what I did, this is what we did. We came together and we started working on this, and this is what we have now come to be. And that is what we must commit ourselves to. And our department is committed to helping you walk that. As I said, we have not started building houses. We have not started. We're standing to lose almost about 500 million. And there's a reason behind that. From now moving forward, we're going to move with speed. We are going to front load. We're going to do more in the short space of time. Front load, get more money, move. So that we don't wait. We start building. But was it going to be worth it if we come, we build, we spend more than 6 billion, 7 billion, but the 6 billion goes to people that are already successful, privileged, etc., and only 1 billion comes to a majority of people now. So we started, we waited, we did this. We should have had this summit in June. It was difficult just to have it. Difficult just to have it, have the summit. Difficult. I stood in Parliament, in the legislature, and said, we're going to have this. And just making it happen, it was difficult. Because you need to make people see your vision. You need to make people understand and believe in your vision. And unfortunately, we're still not there yet. So I don't get tired. I push. You push me back, I push. You push me back, I push. So I'm going to push, and I'm going to push all of you to be the best version of yourselves. You think we are... Some of you think that you have achieved something. You have not even started. You are great. Don't undermine what God has put in you. You are great. And don't limit yourself. Sometimes you limit yourself because everything you do, you want everything. In your mind is, I don't have money. I have a story to tell you. There's one person who's now a very rich person, a very wealthy person who started, he's a Nigerian guy who started and did not have anything. But because of relationships that he has built, he went to Zimbabwe, he met a friend, and the friend, trusting in him because of the relationship that they had, was able to open doors for him, and he got the stock and started selling, and after that, he made money. And he started now on his own, and he continued. The problem with us is we do not trust each other. I play golf, and they say many decisions are not made in the boardroom. They're made outside. Playing golf, running, whatever, and all that. I don't know those who make decisions in a noisy place, a tavern. Let's all. Okay, it's a decision in tavern. So there's one business person. He was in the taxi industry and started now coming in, and abantu ntsena tsa di tsa market tsa o etsa eng. So was struggling as an old person, and there's a young dynamic person. So ke a ba kopanya, hey guys, you're in the same space. You can help each other grow. And then they talked and they talked. So one day I'm playing with this older one. And he's excited. Hey man, we're getting there. But you know what I'm going to do? After I've learned a lot, hey, I said, what do you mean? I said, okay, don't tell her. Get a salary business. I could see this guy is serious. No. And why 12? Like Mushebi, what hata 12? No. So I say, and what do you hope to get from that? Say, it will be mine alone. So this is the mentality. So I've introduced the two guys, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what if this guy ultimately does this? So I went to this one, hey. I go how I know about my business thing. I go to Moto senior Tanako. You know, I go how I know Moto Muholo senior Tanako. I go back to Tagaza start a business. There was no other way I could say this. And I kept on saying, and ultimately, so I've not told this guy already. This guy will reach and Gamoziba. He would have done it. So, all I'm asking you guys, is that as we end to this summit, on our side, as a department, we are going to do everything to make sure the Biz Hub happens, to make sure that we have a set aside for innovation in our procurement. We deal with the procurement system so that at least we have that. We develop a framework and everything. We will work with all the bodies that we must work with. In fact, within the 2 weeks, we would have done everything that is necessary. And then we would want some of you to really start going for training and learning and doing all sorts of things. Not all of you will be contractors, but you can end up being suppliers. So we need to really do that. Make a choice and stay the course. I told you a story of a shark. That the shark knows what it wants and it focuses. But it has sucker fish that eats parasites on its body. Imagine if the shark were to fight these parasites, these sucker fish, it will die from the parasites in the body. But because it understands cooperative, working together, it allows the sucker fish to eat the parasites whilst it focuses on doing bigger things. So you worry about sucker fish in your life, you will die not having achieved what you wanted to achieve. So it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you, ladies and gentlemen. Whatever, when we started, I've been in government too long, 1994. I think we are two who started in 1994. Nale Tate Mahwe. Bana ba bangi manuel. I remind them, you still new, you Sanzale Manuel. We started a long time ago. But we had at some occasion, we had a member of the legislature who was so concerned about being called honorable. And now, you know, you would work, you're working, you've got people you grow with, you grew up with, and you started working with. That is Lomona, we're coming from the same township. Way back, many years ago, in the secretary ya Kuiko, Kelly Chairperson ya Kuiko. That do. So and we had a very powerful branch. He's a perfectionist. Lekana kwe no. Onarata o tlama teki. Aba tlama ka thata. Because ona dula mathala le maponesa mo lelekisa. If ever o tlo la motho survive ke monnenwa. Bullets, you know, so this man. But the most important thing about him is that he's well read. You know, COVID has started, all that. Group he started, COVID, everything, every little detail that day. So I want to how to into why lata, why bata. Ibts, I can tell you now, he has done so much research trying to find out what is happening. This is the man, young Olas, who has said heart. Ababata. Kilegi muruti ababatana ke tlo bala skoa se sengwe mo se thata se ngoba mthwe. So I found a way. I was a speechwriter Santa Teteral Kota at some stage as an RDP commissioner also. So I realized that Teteral Kota was not necessarily a good reader. He was a powerful speaker, but not a good reader. I mean, if Unganda de Madiba, the late Madiba, and Unga Tabombeki is a good reader. Abala speeches, I was mutwa. Kena. And the Madiba Nabala no bono, Hasiena. But Habua from the heart, Wamona Imadiba now. Now, that did her. So I then developed into our, no, let me not write everything. I give a little pointers and talk to him. What my man, and you talk, Mufento. I am a man, he goes, what flow. Now, Mona Butatabuti. He thinks I'm a good reader. And then he writes, and he writes, he writes. He's very poetic, very, very poetic. So, Negwata Mona Fandaha present. You know, when a person he's trying all, you know, but you know, okay, this is what happens. This is what you do to us. Look ahead. So, Wabu Mona Lena that Barry. Kiana Motense get or Kere Holona. So, Galebo Eli Timmy, Galebo Gaufela, Dennis, I'll go to one. Le partner how. Dennis, come here. Then your partner, come here. Yes, this is the team that came to me and we were talking and they were saying, we can do this, we can. They will talk on the phone and all that. And then for this IBT to be a success, these are the two people. And then I have a very strong team. Yabo Melebonda, very young. Bagay, Agil Tengwan. Jade, Ndate Dongwan. Bagay. La boys. Bani ba hausi mbogay bagay. These are troublemakers that I work with every day. Sometimes I run away from the office because I run away from them. These people here. Kaofela ba. O teng mo mokhutswana bona kaofela le ena head ya office. A o sinono. Re mitsa o sinono kaofela. Mara o sa chinchile do sa ikentse le chichi. These are the people who would never say, Achi, and I need to go somewhere and all those things. Every time you give them work, they make sure that they deliver. And these are the people that are working with a team here, department. And then we've got officials from the department. Human settlement. Yes, DDG, Sue, yes. Yeah. These are the people, when I first came to the department, remember, I had gone to the Zondo Commission, and part of the challenges was with this department. So there was a voice note that was going on, or because what's haba. So when I first met them, I could see in their eyes, they were like, what is he going to do with us? Many of them were thinking, Signal Mangolo, or go away. And then, so we started very, very slow, but playing chess. But I then realized that many of them are not good chess players. So I started with playing, and then I see, novices study chess, I was chess. So I get about root chess, but they are good people. Everybody, the program director, MC, and everything, and been young, 1990, 1990. Every time, when there are functions, and there are ladies, ladies by years, and then there is music that drives them, that forces them to shake their bodies. The older generation, they have always something to prove. And that has to do with their knees, that their knees are still strong. So, Abajaifa, Abano faith, I fell about Sogabaya Fati. To prove our Manuela sharp. And then the young ones, Abana Davali Twilu. Abajaifa Manuel, so Abolo, one Jemucha, Kali, Kimanuele. So, can they get advice? Let's get a call. But the Gauru Watiba or Basiba. Abatamaya holo, Jaifia change again. So when they realize RTB, also Balia Abona, Wabatiba, Abaga Kopana Fella Babayeta, you know, key generation is trying to be relevant. So Babata or Jaifa market, they don't feel comfortable. Katina Zincha. So Batabe by and Wababona by Angel. And they do it, but they change by saying, no, this is my generation. So I love you guys. I love you, my generation. But the younger ones are showing us how to do things. We should not be afraid. We should embrace this young generation. And because we are refusing, they say the old is refusing to die and the young cannot be born. It's because of our attitude towards younger people. We want to compete, we can't. I was telling them a story and I told you as I conclude. I thought I was the cleverest, but I learned that I was stupid. So when I said this to my kids were like, Daddy, have you seen a photo? I hate photos even now. My father, we were silly boys. My brother and I, we were very silly. We will come in, and when we are asked to say, no, I don't know, it's not me. So my father took a photo, put up some birds and shells and everything, and then was saying to us, look, I was talking to this, I'm tired, man. I don't know who's doing all these wrong things here. I want you to find it for me. Find this person. And then you must tell me. And then, so when I came back from school, primary, I see this photo there, and I'm looking at this photo. So I look at this photo, it's looking at me. So I go this way, it's looking at me. I go this way, it's still looking, so I said, okay, you're born away. Now I'm now talking to the photo. I'm doing everything that I'm supposed to do. And I'm telling it, I'm fine. My brother comes in, spoils everything. He goes behind and why dear? And he'll again, no. So we started being us. And then when my father came back, he was like, He takes this and says, yeah? And now we was talking things that we did, and yeah? This too. And now, as kids, we were told we should tell if we have done something wrong. Before you get, the punishment will be less. So if you want to get less punishment, tell. So we started talking, this one did this. And then he was listening. And then he said, no. When he had enough, he said, no. I don't want you to hear from you. I want this thing to tell me. So, and then we had this, I get to be back, I hold on, but the band ran Diane, ya pampir, in a gary brownish yan. 100 rand, yo. In a little train, so, rand, little rand. Yeah, 1 rand. Now, young, what they walk about rand, our you try you. Ulohono regarding Magwayam not into them. Now I was no longer able to contribute to my brothers, my friends. Because every time I got into my mom's bedroom, there is this photo. And then I could see, man, there is that right. It left him money. But I could not go there because this thing is looking at me. So I said, hey, wait, so, but my kids, younger than I was, and I started doing this, and my kids said, that's been stupid. Then I said, this kid, how so you lose school? Daddy, it's not living, this thing, man. Stupid. So you can see the generation, the gap. So Lerona, there's a lot that we do not know, and we can learn from them. And your wisdom, their energy combined can do wonders. So let's stop fighting. Let's start working together and get the best. So, Kialeboa, Lobani ba banale di complaints ba housing. Like so patalwe, so it's we will do that. Oboni magic waga mabane, Oboni mabane magic, Lisido. When the minister started talking, and I could see that she was going somewhere, so I said, Lisilo, Rula Bobashwi, Bolaya system. And the system died. And then you were going to be given a chance to really boo. But without a mask, mic, you could not. So everything fell through. And I was like, aha. So I went scot-free. So because I don't want the repeat unto no khaitsedi tsaka, re tla etsa hore re le patalwe. So ha ke batle le tlo loma le bona minister. We will push. So re a leboha haholo ke lefapeng la COGTA, besides being responsible for human settlement, we have COGTA, and Leona, we've got so many powerful, hard-working people. And I think dintho tse ding di tla etsahala. O kila bona ba kae ba COGTA? Ba swaba ema. Yeah, that is the hard-working team that that believed that we can't talk of clean government, we can't talk of municipalities, the khathala di tjhelete tsa bona, if we as a department are all right. And we will hear how Auditor General bua ka lefapha leno is because of the hard-working energy e bueng ke bo mmebano le ntate ono le ba bang. They are hard-working people. They are very, very hard at work. And the department, Itaba department, doing at the department, there's a human clean audit because of them. And this is very, very encouraging. Bomele bontate, realeboa, hore letle kwano. Haibe ntwena skaba le fela, hare tsweleng kantle, gelo pandang, and do us proud. Kalebo.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated as the MEC, his HODs, make their way out of the hall. Please remain seated. May the panelists as well as speakers also make their way out of the hall so that they may be ushered to where they'll be having their food.